Assemble everyone. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How's everybody doing? Dude, don't modulate me. It was like 10 seconds. Hello? I was just taking a sip from my bottle of water. Yeah, scatter or assemble everybody, whatever you're feeling like. Welcome to the stream. A sip too late? Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. Fair enough. How are you, Josh? I'm doing great. I had a very good time yesterday. For everyone who's following on Twitter, you already know what happened yesterday, because obviously we built the paleo deck for nationals yesterday. Not nationals, for locals, and I had a pretty good time at locals. Say it like that. I'll tell you about it. Caitlin Veginator, thank you for the 14 months. Would you still scatter if I played 45 trap cards? Wait, how many trap cards is it? It's actually 44. It's 44, not 45. Almost. How did you do in locals? I did win locals. With Paleos yesterday. So yeah, I'll tell you all about that in just a second. Okay. Now, while everyone is assembling, let's quickly do the warm up. Then we have some new cards to look at. I believe they're giving an update to like the ABC Union Kaiba stuff, Light Machine, ABC, XYZ, whatever it is. Haven't looked at the cards yet, but we'll see. And yeah, I mean, let's just see. And then we're gonna play some Master Duel today as well. Hey Josh, can we revisit your Lightsworn Runic deck and do some more cooking on that? I love that deck so much. Probably, yes, probably. I don't think I'm done with that deck, no. Yeah, at some point probably. I don't know if it's the next thing that I want to play is that deck again, but at some point for sure. Okay. I'd be shocked if we get less than 700. Nah, today I'm gonna focus. After yesterday's performance, I will make sure that this doesn't happen again. I'm focusing at the moment. This is Ghost Trick stuff, but I don't know what it's called. Ghost Trick Knight. Okay, good start. Cyber Kirin, I think. Yeah. I don't think this is Mole Cricket. Yo, Trishula, thank you for the raid. I think this is Antjaw. No. Stag Beetle. Stag Beetle. Oh, that's probably the only rank up magic I can tell. That's probably the only one. That was a high roll. I don't know what this is called. Falling Current. Okay. That's Morphing Jar. That's a Chronomaly. They all have the same background. Mind Gaming, thank you for the 6 months and the kind words. I have no idea which one this is. Mask Golem. What's going on here? Is that Apex Predation? It is Apex Predation. That looks like an Ignite to me. However, anyone know which one this is? Templar. Nope. Squire. You are correct, as always. This reminds me of... I was gonna say Vampire, but not anymore. This is a ninja. Chunin. Chunin. Yep. Some Stardust. Some Stardust. Cosmic Flare. Oh, is it a spell? It is a spell. Olge. I don't know what this is called. Vermilion. Sparrow. How do you know these? I've never seen this in my life. How did you learn this, HZKO? Do you just go through all the cards? Just like trying to learn the artworks actively, or just by playing this? Genuine question. Feels like you must have practiced like outside of just playing the game. This is Dark Scorpion Gorg. Zemtex, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. I've seen this, but what is this? No, I haven't seen. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. Moving on. Oh, Archfiend's Roar. DD Sprite. ZB with the mandatory gifts up to, what is it this time? Raise cosplays? Okay, I see. Thank you. It's not happening. This is either Laplacian or it's the, okay, it's not Laplacian. Then it's the, what's it called? The Element Saber. Element Saber. This guy. Yeah. Hero Kid. I don't think I know this one. Trickstar, probably. Yeah, it's a Trickstar, but I don't think it's one of the ones that you played. It's not Candina. Trickstar Bloom. Trickstar Bloom. No, not even correct. Like, should have just skipped from the get-go, I feel like. What is this? Narcissus. Alright. Silverfang. Silverfang. This... Something Moon. This guy. This looks like ancient gear. Is that Howitzer? I think it is Howitzer. That's a fusion, right? I feel like I remember this one. No. What is it? Shining Friendship? Okay. It is just the blob with the wings, right? That thing. But isn't Petite Angel the same? But maybe it's a different color. I don't know what this is. Avida. This is the butterfly archetype. The oh, which one is this though? Starlit? No. Butterspy? But which one? Okay, that one. Thoughts on voiceless voice runic? I mean, I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. This is Aaron. Hex sealed. Right? Yeah. Don't think I know this one. No. Recovery sorcerer. Easy. This could be Rasterliger. I'm not sure. I know my Cybers is my favorite type. It's too easy for me. This is hieratic. It's one of those. This one? I picked the wrong one first. Unfortunate. Don't know this one. Whitefish salvage. Okay. Magical arm healed. Yeah. This is Bushfire Knight. Wait, what is it called? Is it not Bushfire Knight? Brushfire. Dude, that wasn't it anyways. Wait, what? Okay, then I don't know what it is. Oh, it's a Laval. Judgment Lord. Okay, my bad. Oh, I've seen this one. The Dark Rage? No. Dark Storm Dragon. That's the one. Yeah, Dark Rage. Despise, thank you for the 17 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you so much. Have I seen this one? It looks like one of those chaos cards. No, it's probably a Dark Lord. Morning Star, yeah. This is Legendary Swordsman. No. Some level 7. Swordsman level 7. Silent or Mystic? Silent. Yep. That's an X-Saber. But I don't. I've already zoomed in so much. I'm not getting many points. I don't know what it is. Had one with the sword. Ghost Trick. No. Ghost Trick Witch. Witch. This feels familiar. Yeah, that's Hand Destruction. Oh, Ragin. Dude, I had trouble realizing it was Ragin like 2 days ago. What's wrong with Ragin? Oh, Camellia, isn't it? No. That's not Leo. That's Mandrake. No. Leo Drake, not Mandrake. This one. Yeah. That looks like Hane to me. No. The Sphere Karibo. Is that Toon Dark Magician Girl? Or regular? Oh, it's just the OG, okay. I thought it looked a little Toon, but... That is... I don't know. Amazon is Silver Sword Master. Okay, no shot. Lucky Pied Piper. Oh, that's like, what is that? A Battle Wasp? Battle Wasp. Armored Bee? Is it not a... Oh, it wasn't the Battle Wasp. Okay, dude, we're so close to 800. Come on, one. One more. Oh, I've seen this. This is something Chaos. Dude. Chaos. Is it Chaos Draw? No. Oh, what was it? Chaos Greed! No, that's what it was. I knew it had Chaos. It was Chaos Greed, right? Hold up. Chaos Greed Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, that's what it was. Ah, dude, I knew it had Chaos in it. So close. Washed up Sash. I mean, come on. In comparison to yesterday, it was all right. It was all right. It's not great, but hey, come on. Cut me some slack. I tried. I tried. Not a high bar to clear though. I feel like in the grand scheme of things, I'm pretty good at this card guessing thing. It's just that like I'm just putting up average performances usually, because guess what? That's what average is for. I think I'm doing all right. Dude. And at that moment, HCKO hits me with the 16 months and says that was unacceptable. Okay, sorry, dude. Sorry, not everyone can just know every single card by the first zoom. My bad. Low level, not a dark, not a warrior. Low attack, low defense. Let's do like level 2. You know what? Let's try Maxi. Okay, it is an Earth. It's level 1. It's small. It's even older. It's just an effect monster. Level 1 Earth. Glow Up Bulb is not a tuner. It's also 2011. Dandelion is level 3. Cannot be that. What about Elfun? That's also a tuner, right? Elfun. Whatever it's called. I think that's a tuner anyways. Can be Griggle. Is Griggle a level 1? Could be. Okay. It is a little bit newer than 2002. Older than 2011. That's tough. Okay, level 1 Earth. What about Ragigura? Too much defense. Too much defense. Milos Radiant. Wrong year. Nico Main King. Nico Main King could have been, but it is not 0. It's not a beast. That I feel like not a beast eliminates a lot of Earth monsters from back in the day. Amaryllis, but it's not a plant. Isn't that a plant? That is a plant. What is it, man? Level 1 machine, 100. Cellphone? Oh! That's the one. For some reason, I thought Morphtronics were lights. Don't they have a lot of lights? I feel like a lot of them are light. I thought Cellphone was a light monster. Some are? Okay. So I'm not completely off. Okay. Most are Earth? Okay. You don't have to full caps lock it at me. It's like, that's not necessary. All right. Speaking of machines, though, I mean, that's a very good segue, isn't it? Speaking of light machines. Okay, we have new cards to look at before we hop into the paleo list from yesterday and Master Duel today. There is support for this whole, I don't even know what you want to call this archetype, but this whole Union, Light Machine, Kaiba / Chas Princeton, ABC, XYZ, whatever stuff. There's new support for it. Haven't read the cards yet, but here they are. And I mean, it's not out of the question for these cards to be good, because I think especially the ABC cards, even though they are now like a couple years old, are still, some of them hold up pretty well. Like they have some pretty good cards that if they get the right support, I could see that being a good deck again, especially because I think most of them, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think ABC, like the updated the main deck monsters from like 2016, they are not once per turn, right? The graveyard effects, right? They have like a bunch of stuff that you can abuse not being once per turn, right? And that is always like dangerous, right? Anyways, we have an updated version of the X cannon, which is called X Cross Cannon. Light Machine, same stats as the old one. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a Light Machine Fusion or a Union monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can equip one appropriate Light Machine Union from your deck to this card as if it were equipped by that monster effect. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except light monsters. This one's pretty good, isn't it? This one seems pretty nice because it's a free special from hand. If you have a Union on the field, and then you can equip anything from your deck that you need. That seems pretty strong. It locks you into light monsters from the extra deck, which might be, I mean, that's definitely a big deal. But I don't know if that's a complete deal breaker. I mean, if anything, that seems like a healthy lock to me. Because we can still do all kinds of ABC, Dragon Buster, or whatever. Like, you can still do some stuff, right? It's very good, but because it's considered equipped by their own effects means then you can't special it? What do you mean? Because it's considered equipped by their own effect means you can't special it? What are you talking about? That is not how it works at all. If you equip a union to this, you can't special it. If the equip monster's effect is once per turn, that's not how it works. That is not how it works at all. Because this does not... Okay. As if it were equipped by that monster effect does not mean you have activated the effect. That is not how it works. That is absolutely not how it works. Because I think what you're referring to is... Okay, this is a union. So I think what you're referring to is that you can only use one of these effects, right? Either you... Which is what all of the unions have, right? You either equip them or you special them. But this does not mean that you have already used it. This is not what that means. Moving on. This card's really good. Why Dragon Yearhead, whatever that means. Light Machine Union. If this card is special summoned, you can equip a level 4 Light Machine from hand or graveyard to it. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of the turn from the extra deck, except lights. Once per turn, you can activate one of these effects. Target a machine monster you control, equip this card to it, or special summon this card, like all the unions have, right? And so, like, okay, this one is less powerful, I feel like. Specifically because, I mean, this card would be completely broken if it said equip from the deck. But it's still equipped from hand or grave, which is okay. But I don't think this one is that great. It seems like something you would maybe play for follow-up, right? Because you can put the ABCs back into it from the graveyard, which is nice. But it doesn't seem like it would I don't think it seems like it would do a whole lot for the first turn stuff. Especially because it cannot equip union. What is the brick that they play? The union, what is it? Union driver? Is that a light or an earth monster, chat? It is light. Okay. So I was thinking this would be a way to get this out of your hand because that was always the one big problem that modern union decks had, right? They would they would hate drawing that card. But the problem is this one says specifically level 4, and I don't think that one's level 4, right? It's level 5 or 6. So this doesn't even do that for you. It's 5. I know it's 5. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Zillion Tank. Level 4, 1500 and 1300. If this card is special summoned, you can equip one of your banished level 4 light machines to it. Also, you can't special for the rest of the turn except light. Once per turn, you can activate one of these effects. Target a machine you control, the same thing. Okay. Both of these are okay cards, but they both are basically exclusively for follow-up, right? Which is usually not great. In modern Yu-Gi-Oh, usually you want a card to provide something on the very first turn of the game. And then like stuff that is good in the long run, like recursion effects are good as like bonuses on cards. But if a card's main purpose is creating follow-up, it's very often considered too slow. Maybe there's a world where you can use them in some combos where you can still use them on the first turn because the ABC parts are not once per turn, right? Maybe you can like put them into the graveyard and then summon these out. The problem is that these effects only work when they're specialed, which is a lot of work, right? Like one easy way to special them would be if you special Cross Cannon and then equip them from the deck, but that's probably something you would do to start your plays, rather than do it when you already made like a Dragon Buster or whatever and then bringing it back. That doesn't seem... Yeah, these two are okay, but I'm not sure if a card that is mainly for recursion is going to be good enough. But okay, nonetheless. We have a new fusion monster, XYZ Hyper Dragon Cannon, level 9, and it requires specifically those 3. Okay, that makes it... On the one hand, that makes these two a little better, because you need them to summon this fusion if it's a good card. On the other hand, it makes the fusion a little bit worse if it forces you to play cards that maybe you don't want to play. But okay. Must first be special summoned from the extra deck by banishing the above cards from field and or grave. So this is the same as ABC Dragon Buster. So it's basically an ABC Dragon Buster for XYZ. Once per opponent's turn, you can discard a card, then target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. That's very similar to ABC Dragon Buster. That is very, very similar to how ABC Dragon Buster works, right? ABC Dragon Buster is the same thing, but banish instead, right? Which is funnily better. You can banish this card from your field or graveyard and reveal a level 8 Light Machine Fusion monster in your extra deck. Special up to 3 materials whose names are mentioned on it from your grave and or banishment. Okay. Very similar card to ABC Dragon Buster, right? Because it summons itself by banishing the materials from field or grave. Then it has a disruptive effect on the opponent's turn by discarding a card. And then it has a secondary effect that lets you recover the materials from grave or banished, right? Pretty much the same. But this it's interesting, but it's at the same time, I feel like what this ABC deck needed was not another card that is exactly the same as ABC Dragon Buster. Like, because you already have like broken fusion monsters you can summon for free from the graveyard. You can already bring back the materials from Banish to have like infinite card advantage at some point. I feel like what this deck needed was better ways to start setting up, right? Like you needed more ways to get going. Where out of these cards, you know, this is just an alternative fusion monster that is just basically another ABC Dragon Buster, but slightly different, maybe even slightly worse. This is just for recursion, which I'm gonna be honest with you, the deck already has crazy recursion. This one is the only really good card, I think. This one really helps. I don't know about the other three, but they're not bad cards. They're just not, I don't feel like they are what they needed. Why is there an enemy controller fusion monster down here? What am I seeing? What the? Okay, I'm interested. I love enemy controller. So this is enemy controller plugged into what? Into this card? Why is enemy controller on this? This feels so off. It feels so off to see enemy controller on a monster. But okay, a union controller level 6 light machine fusion. It requires a light machine monster plus Y or Z. So once again, a card forcing you to play these two. Why not X, dude? Must be special summoned by banishing the above cards you control. Not from the graveyard, but you control. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is special summoned from the extra deck, you can add a spell trap from your deck to your hand that mentions union monsters in its text. Oh. Once per turn, you can special a light machine, normal, or union from your hand. Oh. That is very, very good. That searches union hanger. That searches union hanger and is pretty easy to make, right? I mean, literally, this card makes it. Right? If you can just like, whether you normal or special this, whatever, right? You can just like summon it. You can equip one of the other two from the deck and just make union controller to search union hanger if you want to. That's one possibility for sure. Srek, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Also, Pasm, thank you for the 28. It's cool, but what does enemy controller have to do with this? I'm not sure. I mean, it's a Kaiba card, I guess. It's all Kaiba stuff. But I don't know. But besides that, whatever. It's whatever. This one's pretty good. This one is pretty good, and this one is pretty good. I kind of am not a fan that that these cards are forcing you to play Y or Z, or maybe both. because I don't think those are the greatest cards. At the same time, they're also not the worst cards. It's not like a complete brick or whatever. Well, okay. This card's pretty strong. Union Activation. Normal spell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Send a Light Machine, Normal, or Union from hand or deck to the graveyard, and if you do, add a Light Machine monster with the same attack but different name from your deck to your hand. Okay, that is potentially completely busted. Which of them have the same attack? What is the attack of the ABC monsters? I forgot. Is there one with 1800? Which one? Okay, like A... 19, 15, right. A was 19, B was 15, C was 12. Oh, that's awkward. Is there an easy way to search? What do I need to send? Add a machine, normal, or union from your hand or deck to the grave. Add one with the same. The OGs? Yeah, but like, am I really gonna send... Are you really telling me to send the vanilla X cannon? It's meant to go with vanillas. I know what it's meant. I know what it's meant to do. Okay, I understand. I understand the concept of the card. Thank you. I know you can send all of the old ones to search the new ones. But what I'm trying to do in a competitive environment is not play the 1800 vanilla from 2004 or whatever it is, okay? We got that? We're on the same page? I'm not trying to play those. I know you can do that, but I don't want to do that. But okay. That's a little awkward. The thing is, it still is a searcher for B, right? And B is pretty good. Because I can send Y or Z, whichever one I play, I can send it to the graveyard to search B. You can also do it vice versa, right? Something that's also okay is if you already have X in the hand, you could theoretically like send B to the graveyard so that you can then equip it with the Y, right? Like let's say let's just assume you play Y and Z in your deck, right? And you draw X and this card, right? What you can then do, I don't even know if it's the best thing you can do, but what you could do is you could activate this, send B to the graveyard, search Z, for example, then you normal Z, special X, X equips Y from the deck, Y equips B from the graveyard, and you go from there, right? You basically have 4 monsters on the field. You can fuse into the enemy controller to search Union Hanger. You already have X, Y, and Z on the field to make this one. And because you have B, you might also be able to get to an ABC Dragon Buster with that, right? Probably not the ideal line that I just came up with, but just like some possibilities with this card. It kind of sucks that you can't really search X with it unless you play the head cannon or whatever. That kind of be weird. Okay. Secondary effect. If you special summon 3 Light Machine monsters at the same time while this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card, add a monster with 3000 or more attack from your deck to your hand, then immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon it. Okay, now we're drifting into some really crazy Kaiba territories. What are they? What do they want me to do with this? Do they want me to build a Kaiba deck that can search Blue Eyes White Dragon or Obelisk and then just summon it over my ABC pieces? Is that the theme behind it? Yes. I mean, on the one hand, that is kind of funny that you can't do that. But you could use, I'm pretty sure you could use this if you, in a world where you play a competitive ABC deck. I don't know if this would be enough to make that happen, but ABC Dragon Buster's effect to tag out into A, B, and C was a quick effect, right? Right? So you can just tag out with ABC Dragon Buster on the opponent's turn, and then maybe turn this into some sort of disruption. I don't know what would be the best thing you can search for this, right? But like, you have tribute fodder. And And so you can basically tribute summon anything that would be a good disruption on the opponent's turn. You can search Nibiru. You're not wrong. But I'm not sure if tribute summoning Nibiru is the best thing you can come up with. But sure, you can do that. You can indeed search Nibiru, and then you are forced to normal summon Nibiru. Very scary. Search Nibiru, tribute summon it. Menacing. Light and Darkness Dragon, dude, is 3,000. Is it really? Is the concept of 3,000 or more attack really that hard to grasp? Is it that crazy of a concept to understand the number 3,000? Or like, is that too much to ask? Very hard. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm asking for too much. Maybe I'm asking for too much. You can probably summon some really crazy stuff with that. The problem is, ideally it would have to be a card that isn't complete garbage when you draw it, right? Because let's be real here. At the point where you have gone first, pulled off your combo, summoned an ABC Dragon Buster uninterrupted, or maybe through interruptions, right? And you get to the point where you are on the opponent's turn, you've used ABC Dragon Buster to banish, and then you use ABC Dragon Buster to tag out, and you drew this card on top of all that. Is it really worth it to play like a brick in your deck to get in that exact situation? Because I would say most of the time when you get to that point, you were probably already winning the game, and that's, you know, kind of weird. I don't know if I would play a brick for that, right? So it would have to be a card that would already naturally be okay in the deck, and I don't know if that exists. I don't know. I can't think of any monster with 3,000 or more attack that I would already be playing in the deck that is good to tribute summon, right? But Beast King Barbaros goes hard. See, but that's the thing. I'm not gonna put Beast King Barbaros in my deck to tribute summon when I'm already winning the game only, right? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Okay. It's kind of a mixed bag here for Kaiba enjoyers, I suppose. Some of this goes in a direction that I don't think ABC needed, but some of it is also really good. Like, what I mean by it is, I think ABC literally, it's funny, but ABC doesn't need more recursion or more like power, because ABC Dragon Buster, even though 8 years old, is still a really powerful boss monster with like a free to summon, banishes on the opponent's turn, so it provides interruption, and it gives you basically infinite follow-up, right? So ABC Dragon Buster is already a card that could still be meta relevant today. They didn't need a new boss monster. What they needed was more ways to get their plays going, more ways to start the game, maybe some extenders to play through hand traps, maybe some better ways to get to Union Hanger, right? And like, some of this isn't what they needed, but some of it also really helps. X is a phenomenal extender / starter, really good card. Same for the fusion the second fusion monster, because it searches Union Hanger, is really, really good, right? So these two cards are phenomenal. The Y and the Z are kind of meh. The XYZ is also kind of unnecessary because ABC Dragon Buster already exists. The spell card is cool. The problem is that Union Controller requires you to play Y and Z, which I just said I don't think are ideal. I'm not sure if you want to play those, right? So that's kind of a bummer. Like, if this just said like 2 Union monsters or something, this would be insane. But because it forces you to play Y or Z, I'm not sure if I love this, but definitely some interesting stuff. I don't know if it's enough to make ABC playable, because to me it still feels kind of inconsistent and feels kind of you have to play a bunch of bricks in it still, but definitely interesting. I'm sure some people are gonna try it out. The ratio is probably 3x, 1y, and 1z. I don't see a world where you ever play more than 1y and 1z. Yeah. But at that point, drawing y is not going to be great. Drawing z is not going to be great. Drawing, I assume you might still play Union Carrier. That's not going to be a great draw. So, yeah. Lots of, still a lot of break potential in the deck, but it's all right. Union Carrier. Now, what is the thing called? Union Driver. You know what I mean? The guy that lets you bypass the Union Hanger restriction. And I hope for new XY, XZ, and YZ. See, that would be really cool, wouldn't it? Maybe that would give me more reason to play these, right? If they made XY, XZ, and YZ, that would be cool. I guess they've kind of done that. This is kind of like all of them together, right? This is a combination of this. They just made one fusion instead of making 3 different ones, because this is technically the same. Like if you have X and Y, you can make this. If you have X and Z, you can make this. If you have Y and Z, you can make this. So it's that's kind of the one that, right? But it would have been more flavorful if they made individual ones. But I guess they wanted to only make one, which is okay. Okay. That's the Union support. Honestly, not bad. Yeah, not bad. I don't know where this comes out. It's a duelist pack in the OCG. I think that's what DP29 means. We don't have duelist packs over here anymore, so it's going to be imported somewhere. Looks like something that could be in some main set at some point. Feels like that. I don't know exactly how though. Giberaldi, thank you for the 15 months. And Snez, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the first time Prime. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, we have 2 things to do for today that are both going to be very fun. The first thing we're going to do today is I'm going to tell you how my locals went yesterday. Because whether you were here or not yesterday, we built my deck for locals together yesterday. I went to locals after stream ended. We built Paleozoics. I have the deck right here. I did end up winning locals yesterday with Paleo, and I wanted to give you guys a rundown of the deck, how the cards performed, and just basically show you the updated version of the Paleozoic deck. Maybe because you weren't here yesterday, or also because this is also going to be a YouTube video probably. So I'm going to give my updated version of the Paleozoic to you guys. Now, keep in mind, I won locals, but it's at the end of the day, it was locals. It was 4 rounds of Swiss. I played against, I would say it was 2 meta decks and 2 kind of like others. I played against zombies in the first round. They did like some Shiranui Solitaire into Union Zombie. No, not Union Zombie. It's Uni Zombie with like Ballard Rock and Banshee for Zombie World and that kind of stuff, right? I beat that. Then I beat Lightsworns in round number 2, which was pretty funny because it was the same guy that I played against when I brought Lightsworn Runic, and he was also playing Lightsworn because it's his favorite deck, but he didn't know about the when I played him for the first time with the new Lightsworn cards, he didn't know what the new Lightsworn cards did. So he was like, "Oh my god, what are these cards you're playing? I need to add those to my deck and all that." And to yesterday, he added those cards to the deck, which was pretty funny to see because it was like 1 week later he picked up all the new Lightsworn stuff from Legacy of Destruction. He was like, "Oh my god, I can play those." And he actually got to do some of the combos because I played Paleos, so my deck was really slow, and he was able to do all the stuff, right? He was able to do like the Dragonling into Felis, into Minerva. He did the Vice into put Wolf on top of the deck and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty wholesome. But at the end of the day, it was pure Lightsworn, so I was able to defeat it. And then in round 3 and 4 was when I played some meta decks. I played against Labrynth in round 3, which was a pretty close one. I got eradicated in game 2 and lost game 2, but I was able to win game 1 and game 3. And I beat Voiceless Voice in round 3, where I may or may not have used the Witch's Strike from my side deck to win the last game of the locals, which was pretty fun. Anyways, this is basically a follow-up version of the one that I brought to regionals. I want to give a shout out to Twitch chat and a shout out to also Yuri for people. It's been very fun. This is a very fun experiment or fun endeavor for me because I love this deck. I think it's super fun. I don't think it's super competitive, but it's like good enough to get some wins and all that. Like it's fine. I'm just playing it because I really enjoy it, and it seems like that is really something that people, you know, people like, and people have jumped on the train and played the deck as well and innovated, and people have been suggesting cards for me on stream. Yuri has contributed with a nice tech in the deck as well that he's been topping regionals with, and yeah, I just wanted to show the updated version on my channel because I haven't shown it since I brought it to the regional with the last ban list. So here we are. This was a little experimental because it was just for locals, and we built it on stream together, and I wanted to try out some stuff that chat suggested. So I'll just go through and tell you how the individual cards and changes that I made affected the deck and how I liked it in the small sample size that locals was. But anyways, it still plays 3 backjack. Not much to say about it. This is one of my all-time favorite cards and probably one of the best cards in this deck because it lets you manipulate the kind of traps you have. Fiend Griefing is a very strong card. But yeah, not too much to say about that. And here we have the Grim Patron meme, the everyone get in here soldier dragons. So I assume if you haven't seen Yuri's deck profile yet, you might not know what this card does. So I'll just show it to you real quick. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can special a level 2 or lower dragon monster from your deck. This card, which is absolutely awful in every single modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck except for this one, is actually quite strong here. Because in every single other Yu-Gi-Oh deck, you would feel really bad about just summoning a level 2 monster and then passing the turn with it. Because every other deck is not as slow as this one and just wants to use all of its cards right away. In this deck, you are very happy to just summon this guy, pass the turn, and have your opponent play into it because it generates a lot of cards when they do. Obviously, this card is once per turn, but it's not hard once per turn. So what you do is you summon this thing, you protect it with like cards like Vabobku, Threatening Roar, or Rise to Full Height. And whenever your opponent activates a card or effect, you summon another Soldier Dragon from the deck. This one can summon another Soldier Dragon from the deck, and this one can then summon a Laundry Dragon Mate, which we play 2 copies of, right? You have the option to immediately go into the Laundry Dragon Mate if you so want to. You can preserve some Soldier Dragons in the deck that way, so you don't run out as fast. But this is a very neat little engine that gets you a lot of level 2s on the field. And it also, the most important part about this card is that it punishes your opponent for chain blocking your Paleos. That's my favorite part about it, because that's a big problem. When you activate a normal trap and your opponent responds to it, you can't chain a Paleo. And that's how you can really punish this deck sometimes. If you have Soldier Dragon, though, your opponent cannot prevent you from getting a monster. Like, if you activate a trap card, your opponent can either not respond, and then you can bring back a Paleo, or your opponent can choose to respond, and then you can bring a dragon with Soldier Dragons, which is really cool. Creates some really awkward situations for your opponent, and was also how I was able to beat Labrynth in game 1 going second, right? Because my opponent sets up with like Labrynth traps and all that, and my first action is summon Soldier Dragons. So if they want to go, and then I set 4 or 5 and pass, right? And if they want to go ahead and use their Welcome Labyrinths and all that and pop my back row and everything, they have to go through multiple activations, multiple chain links. And it's like, okay, well, if you do all of that, I'll just go Soldier Dragon, Soldier Dragon, Soldier Dragon, Laundry, and just have a lot of bodies that I just have to like protect for 1 turn, and then I can convert them into my Paleo Exceeds, right? Really nice. It does make the deck a little awkward in some ways because you play a lot of monsters now, which makes reasoning a little bit worse. And sometimes you can draw multiple monsters, but I mean, it's still, this is a 57 card list, by the way. So it's like, it's still not super likely that you draw multiple monsters, and it's overall fine. And Laundry Dragon Mate is a really good card for this deck. Unironically, it's a level 2 water that on summon, it just mills 3 from the deck, which is unironically really, really nice. I actually did enjoy drawing Laundry Dragon Mate a decent amount of the time because it just sets up the graveyard with some Paleos and gets you going. And then obviously it's a really good target for Soldier Dragon. That's the monster lineup. For the spells, this is where I changed a lot. I took out Morganite simply because I wanted to try and see if I could make the deck work without it, because Morganite is a really good card if you get to stall out the game. However, the problem is that going down a card early can sometimes be very detrimental. Sometimes you really need all the cards to even stabilize. And Morganite, while I did like it a lot, I think it was worth trying without it. And I honestly felt like there might be other ways to to make sure you can keep hand advantage or card advantage over the long term. That might be better than Morganite, but I'll have to experiment more with that. I still play Trap Tantalizing Tune. This is a card that I have a very love-hate relationship with in this deck because it is really, really crucial to put trap cards into the graveyard. It really helps if you can start the game with a Paleo in the grave or a rollback or some other traps you want in the graveyard, right? It's like basically if you discard 1 to draw 2, if it resolves, it's really, really nice. The problem with this card is obviously Ash Blossom. If Ash Blossom hits this, you are down 2 cards in hand. That's very, very painful. But I've felt like it was necessary to take the risk. But I'm not completely opposed to cutting this card at some point if we can find other ways to consistently set up the graveyard. I did also take out Desires, similar to Morganite. It's a card that I'm not sure if it's necessary, but getting the early boost in card advantage is nice. I was a little scared of banishing too many of my Soldier Dragons, so I couldn't do the whole floating. And banishing some of my traps, then I couldn't like trap trick into it or whatever. So I wanted to try without Desires. I still played Card of Demise, even though it kind of contradicts with Soldier Dragon, but at the same time, Card of Demise is just way too powerful in letting you set up. I think this card is, like, whenever I see this card, I feel like I'm winning the game no matter what else is happening, a lot of the time, if it resolves. Like, for example, it's one way you can recover from getting ashed on Trap Tantalizing Tune. You're just like, okay, Card of Demise back into enough cards. You can also, very often, you can choose to discard cards like Transaction Rollback instead of setting them, which is nice. I did that a couple times. And Card of Demise is just very, very good for this deck. I still played Reasoning. Reasoning is a little bit worse than it was before for multiple reasons now. First of all, the previous version of the deck only played Backjack and 1 Hyperia. So your opponent, if they called 2, which is what most people do against this deck, you had a very high chance of just getting a Backjack, which was always good. And milling a lot of cards because your deck only had 4 monsters. So on average, it would mill a lot of cards. Now we have 8 monsters, which in 57 means that roughly every, like, what is it? Roughly every 8th card in your deck is a monster, or every 7th card in your deck is a monster. So it can mill like 5 to 6 cards, which is often good enough for it. But the problem is that because your opponent always calls 2 and these just don't do anything in the graveyard, you have a very high chance of just only milling, basically. You're not getting a summon for Backjack most of the time, which is a little awkward, and you're milling a lot less than before, but I still felt like maybe it's necessary. It also is a very good Ash bait, which is nice. But yeah, the reasoning was definitely better before the changes. But okay, and that is it. The rest of this pile is all trap cards. So here we go. All the Paleos that are somewhat decent. Obviously, Morella and Leoncolia being the absolute best ones because of rollback. Dynamishes, which can be good to discard Backjack or rollback in a pinch. We have Canadia. We have Olenoids. Those are the Paleos we play. 15. We obviously play 3 Transaction Rollback. Honestly, the best card in this deck. Wonderful card. I can't believe how much fun I'm having playing different rollback strategies. Like it's super, super fun and absolutely crucial for this deck, unfortunately. Outside of rollback, this deck is relatively budget. I have an SP in my extra deck, but I don't think that one's 100% mandatory. But still, I mean, even with the rollback, it's probably not that expensive. Even though people have been buying out Laundry Dragon Maid for some reason, only because I've been playing this deck as like a fun deck, but it's whatever. Rollback's absolutely mandatory for this deck. Phenomenal card. Trap Trick is also insane for this deck. The things you can do with Trap Trick are crazy. You have great utility. If you draw it, it's 2 trap activations for your Paleos. It's one of the best ones to copy with Transaction Rollback, because normally Transaction Rollback using it in the graveyard doesn't give you a Paleo back. If you copy Trap Trick, though, you can activate the trap on the field. That lets you bring it back a Paleo, so it's really nice. Very important interaction a lot of the times. 3 Needlebug's Nest to try and set up the graveyard as early as possible. Mill some rollbacks, mill some Paleos. Card is necessary in this deck. Fiend Griefing, which is a mix of disruption and setup. You just put something from your opponent's graveyard back into the deck to disrupt them a little bit. But the most important part is that you can bring back a Paleo and send a Backjack for another trap. So it's basically slight interruption, but it creates 2 cards for you because it creates a Paleo and a Backjack, which is really nice. And then we have the defensive package, to basically just like stall the opponent out and stop them from attacking your Paleos, which is 3 Karmic Cannons, 3 Rise to Full Height. I played 3 Roar and 2 Vaboku, which I'm gonna be honest with you, this felt a little bit too much. We were debating about that on stream yesterday when I built the deck. People said like Threatening Roar is a lot better against Tenpai than Vaboku, because if you play Vaboku, they can still attack and trigger some of their effects. So I wanted to try Threatening Roar. Obviously didn't play against any Tenpais. But I did notice something that I was afraid of a lot of the times. The ability to activate Vaboku whenever you want and also activate Vaboku in your turn is really, really important. And I was missing that a lot of the time with Threatening Roar. There was a bunch of scenarios where I had Threatening Roar and I wanted to use a trap card on my own turn, but I couldn't. And Vaboku lets you do that. Vaboku also lets you crash into your opponent's monsters to make a Zeus, which is relevant without taking damage. And so I think I want to go back to 3 Vabokus, maybe cut the Threatening Roars altogether, because between Rise, Roar, and Vaboku, it felt a little bit too much. It felt like you want to have one of these at most times. You don't really want to have multiples, because then they become really redundant. And so I think I want to go back to 3 Vabokus and just not play the Roar. Okay, and now for some of the spicy changes that I made. Because we don't play Desires and Morganite anymore, we do need some draw power. And so what I decided to try was I tried something that we've been playing in Master Duel for a decent amount of time, and that is Balance of Judgment. Now, I'll show you this one as well. Balance of Judgment is a very old card that people used to play in Chain Burn back in the day, and it reads the following. If your opponent controls more cards than the combined number of cards in your hand and you control, draw cards equal to their surplus. You can only activate 1 balance per turn. So the way this works is you look at how many cards your opponent has on the field, you compare that to how many cards you have in total, and you draw equal to the difference, right? So what you do with this card, what the plan is basically, is you have a lot of cards that you invest a lot of cards early on that make you go down in card advantage. And obviously because you don't play crazy card advantage cards like Snake Eye Ash or whatever that create a bunch of cards out of nowhere, very, very often you're going to go down in cards very early. It's basically you're paying up front for a good graveyard setup. So what you do is you just let your opponent cook. You just go like Vaboku or Threatening Roar or Karmic Cannon, which also preserves a lot of cards on their field. You go like Fiend Griefing, Needlebug Nest, whatever, set up your graveyard nicely, let your opponent play, and then at some point you just go Balance or Transaction Rollback Copy Balance, which is also really nice because if you activate this, it counts itself as a card you control. If you copy it with Rollback, it doesn't, which is really neat. So this is a win condition in itself, and this was how I beat Labrynth, because instead of having Morganite, which gives you like continuous draw over multiple turns, if you set this up right, you just draw like, I drew like 5 cards against Lab with this, because I just let him play, let him set up, generate their card advantage, whatever, draw a bunch of cards, and then stabilize from there. And I think this could be one of the ways this deck can like stabilize moving forward. I've been kind of, basically it's not as consistent as a Morganite, but it is, I think it lets you win games that you would normally have no business winning, because you just let him cook, let him out your stuff, let him pop your cards, and then you just Balance of Judgment back into a complete fresh setup, which was really nice. And then I tried Hope for Escape. The idea behind Hope for Escape is, I guess that's another one I have to show. These are some OG Chain Burn cards that I've whipped out for this. This card says, only activate this if your opponent's life points are at least 1,000 higher than yours. Pay 1,000 life points, draw a card for every 2,000 points in difference between your opponent's life points and yours. So the way this works is if you transaction roll back for the first time, you go down to 4,000, and then this card draws you 2 cards. If you transaction roll back for the second time, you go down to 2,000, and this draws you 3 cards. So as long as this is in the graveyard, you can keep rollbacking it and draw. At some point, you will draw three cards every time once you have rollback set up, and you can like keep putting rollback back with Leoncolia and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's the idea behind Hope for Escape. It's a more consistent way to draw more cards than Balance of Judgment, and I felt like between the 2 of these each, they are both at 2, so you can trap trick for them, and between the 2 of them, you have like this one that can save you in like a really precarious situation, you can draw a lot of cards at once. And this one is more like for consistent, reliable card draw, 2 to 3 cards every time you activate rollback. I kind of like this combination. I like this combination, and it really made me feel like I wasn't missing out on the Desires or the Morganite all that much, because if you set these cards up right, you can maintain solid card draw every turn. I like that. And then we have 2 really fun additions, honestly, and one of them is from Twitch chat. But the first one is I played one Tidying, which I really liked. You can banish this from the graveyard to bring Laundry back from the graveyard. And you can send this with Morella, and you can put it back into the graveyard with Leoncolia, which I really enjoyed doing. Because it just gives you a level 2 body to exceed with, plus it mills 3 cards every time you do that. So I've been a big fan of this. Obviously, it kind of sucks to draw if you don't have a Dynamicious or a... I mean, there's a lot of cards you can pair this up with, actually. Like, if you draw this with Tantalizing Tune, it's fine. If you draw it with Dynamicious, it's fine. If you draw it with Demise, it's also fine. If you draw it with Soldier Dragon or Laundry, you can actually use the on-field effect, which is bounce a dragon and another card. So, like, it's actually... It has a lot of cards that it works with. So the brick potential on it isn't that high. But if you ever mill it, it's a nice bonus because it gives you more bodies and more mills. You can send it for Morella. You can recover it with the Leoncolia. I thought it was really nice. Really enjoyable to have. And then the last card is something that I want to give a big shout out to Twitch chat for. I don't know exactly. I think the name was Suns Aparilia or something like that, who suggested it for the very first time when we were playing Master Duel. And it's become a card that I can't imagine playing this deck without anymore. And it is Elemental Burst. Elemental Burst is a card that is so old, it doesn't even have PSCT. Let me tell you about Elemental Burst. Tribute 1 each of Wind, Water, Fire, and Earth monsters on your side of the field to activate this card. Destroy all cards on your opponent's side of the field. So this card is obviously what you are trying to copy with Transaction Rollback. And it is a cost. The tribute of Water, Wind, Fire, and Earth is a cost, so you don't have to pay it. You can just pop your opponent's entire board with a Transaction Rollback, which is a card. It's another one of those cards. It lets you win games that you would not be able to win in any like normal circumstance, right? Like you would just be outgrinded by a modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck. But like one really easy way how you can win with this deck is you can let your opponent cook. Generate as much board or as much card advantage as you want. You use Vaboku, Threatening Roar, or Rise to Full Height, whatever. You let him play, you let him generate card advantage. You go Balance of Judgment to draw cards. And then the problem, after you draw with Balance, the thing is your opponent still has a lot of cards, right? So you have to get rid of them somehow. So what you can do is you can just Elemental Burst and pop everything. Which is honestly a really solid strategy. Like it's really solid to be able to do that. So obviously this card is something you can mill, but if you are missing it, like if you mill a Transaction Rollback, you can just send this one with Morella, and so you have access to it very easily. And this is basically the long-term win condition, right? The long-term win condition is you set up, you stall the game, and then eventually you'll go roll back to pop their entire field with the Elemental Burst. And it's honestly been super fun and super reliable. I don't know. So I really love how something that I built out of just like, I miss Paleos. I want to play something that's fun. I've like brought it to regionals with a very first like brew that I made. And then people have taken the concept and innovated on it and suggested cards to me on stream. We've been testing it in Master Duel. We've been having a lot of fun with it. And it's just been improving and more ideas have been coming up. I just love the progress that this deck has made, right? It's just very cool for me to see. This is the current iteration that I played, and yeah, I mean, it's just been very fun, if nothing else. Like, I don't know if this deck can ever really push into a competitive format again without any support or whatever, but it's definitely like super fun to play and definitely good enough to like yeah, play at locals, maybe play at regionals. Like, it's fine. It's really cool that it's able to do that now because people have been working on it, right? I've been a big fan of that. All right, the extra deck is not as many changes. I went down to 2 Opabinias because I realized, I mean, it is kind of true. You don't need the third a lot of the times. 2 Animalacars, though, is absolutely mandatory. Honestly, the more I play this deck, the more I would say I think I would play the 3rd Animalacars before I would play the 2nd Opabinia, but don't have the room for that at the moment. Played 1 Toad, which still comes up a decent amount. One thing I really liked about Toad now is that now that we play Laundry, you actually have a way to get a monster back from the graveyard. Previously, what you would do with Toad when the deck didn't play any water monsters, you would just recycle Toad or other extra deck monsters. But now you have the option to take back a Laundry, which I did a couple times. You don't need more than 1 Toad, though. It's like, it doesn't come up that often, and it's actually not a deal breaker for this deck. Like, I've been playing the deck in Master Duel without Toad, it does just fine. But obviously, if you have the option to play it, you still do. 1 Gigantic, which is mainly used to make big Zeuses with like the Paleozoic link, which unironically in this deck, the Paleozoic link comes up a lot, which is really cool. 1 Downard, 1 Typhon, and 2 Zeus. This deck absolutely needs 2 Zeus. You could even consider playing a 3rd, but you don't have the room for that. Then there's 1 Anima to link off a Backjack if you draw it, which makes Backjack actually a pretty good draw overall. Like, if you go first, you make Anima. If you go second, you make Typhon. And just get to basically Pot of Duality your deck and get the best trap card out of it. It's pretty nice. Cambro Raster, which is really neat. It lets you send... One of the main uses for this card is also getting rid of cards that... Because this can send your own cards to the graveyard. So if you ever draw something that you can't use and you really want in the graveyard, like these cards, right? What you can do is you can summon a Cambro Raster, you send it, and you set a real trap, like a real Paleo. Like, basically, this is a 1-card setup for, or like if you draw Elemental Burst, it sets it up because you send Elemental Burst, you set Morella, and Morella sends Rollback, and there you go. You have the setup, and you get Paleos back in the meantime. You can turn this into a big Gigantic. The big Gigantic can either turn into a nice 4-material Zeus, or you can use it to summon like Soldier Dragon from the deck and pass the turn on the Soldier Dragon. So, pretty neat. I played SP. I didn't make SP. If you want to try this deck on a more budget version, I don't think you can replace the rollbacks, but I think you can replace the SP. I think that's not out of the realm of possibilities. I don't think this deck is 100% reliant on SP. You could play a 3rd Opabinia, a 3rd Animalocaris. You could play a Centaurea, which is an okay rank 2. But yeah, I decided to play it because in theory, being able to go Gigantic into SP is pretty nice to play into boards. It's also really good with Rise to Full Height because you use Rise to Full Height on it, then you banish it, and then they can't attack anything. But yeah. And then I played another package that Yuri played in his regional deck, and that's Coral Anemone and Zelantis. This is another way how this deck can easily clear any board. And once I found out about these, I don't know if I don't think it's like Elemental Burst. I'm looking back and I'm like, how did I ever play this deck without these cards? So what you do basically, after you have Vabokud or Threatening Roar or Karma Cannon your opponent's board, you still have to out it. Now, one way you can do that is by making a Zeus to send everything, which sometimes you can do that, sometimes you can't, but it also triggers all of their graveyards effect. Another thing you can do is you can go Cambro Raster, set a Paleo, bring that Paleo back, make Anemone, use Anemone to bring back the Cambro Raster, and then you turn these two into a Zelantis, and then you use the Zelantis effect. And because you're locked into waters, all of your opponent's monsters that aren't water will stay banished. Your Zelantis will return, but everything else will stay banished. This is how, for example, this is a win condition on its own against Branded. You just Karma Cannon their board, it all stays there. You haven't outed the board, and it's really hard. Like, Zeus isn't even that great against Branded because a lot of their stuff triggers in the graveyard, right? But Zelantis, you banish everything forever. It's really, really sweet, and it really makes it easy to out those boards that you have stalled with Karma Cannon, right? You just like, one Cambro Raster basically banishes their entire field this way. Really, really nice. And that's the extra deck. For the side deck, it still is these, because this deck has its own life points and is incredibly slow. You have to side out rollback after siding. The reason why it is specifically this package has remained the same, because these cards are actually useful in this deck. I haven't won a match in time with these, but I have won matches where you just use the effect to pop the opponent's entire board. Because the key problem is, if you side out transaction rollback, you have no more really good sense for Paleozoic Morella. You need to replace that. You need to replace the rollbacks with something else that's good to send, right? Because we have to take out rollback, we have to take out this, because we can't afford to pay half our life points anymore. So we have to create some value with Paleozoic Morella, right? And so what you can do is, Morella is basically now just a board wipe, because you send a reload, and that sends all 3 scatter shots and blows up the opponent's entire board. So this is something, it combines the aspect of having a win condition when it gets close to time, but it's also just a generically good thing in this deck, which I think is crucial. Because you can't just side cards that are only for time, because then your deck is just gonna suck, and then you won't even get that far, you know? Okay. 3 Witches Strike. This card is still the same reason as before. This card cooks Voiceless Voice, and I am happy to report that I was finally able to pull this off against Voiceless Voice yesterday. In round 4, I beat Voiceless Voice 2-0. In game 2, they set up Skull Guardian. I set 5 into it. I pass. I activate some trap that they negated. I activate Witch Strike. They lose their hand and field, and the game is over in literal 2 minutes. Very, very funny. Very good card against anything that makes Omni negates. Obviously, Baron is banned, so it's not like great against all the matchups anymore. But Voiceless Voice with its grind game and repeated negates is actually quite the hard matchup for this deck. So it's worth it. And I want to explain this interaction again, even though I have explained it in previous deck profile already. But you can copy this card with rollback. And I want to clarify something about transaction rollback, because people keep asking questions about it. Transaction rollback ignores the cost of a card, but it does not ignore the activation requirements, because people keep suggesting cards like Witch's Strike to me with transaction rollback and think you can copy it at any point. That is not true. You can copy Witch's Strike with transaction rollback, but only if the activation condition is met. So rollback ignores the cost of a card, like on Elemental Burst, but it does not ignore the activation condition. So, long story short, you can copy Witch Strike, but only if your opponent has just negated the activation of one of your cards. So, if you have rollback and Witch Strike in your graveyard against Voiceless Voice, if at any point they use Skull Guardian to negate, you can go on resolution, roll back, copy Witch Strike. That's legal because the activation requirement is met. So what you can do, or you can force your opponent into a super awkward position, because if you have rollback in the graveyard or Witch's Strike, they basically have to stop negating your stuff, because even if you don't have both of them, let's say you only have rollback in the grave, and your opponent negates your activation. You just go, let's say you go Chainlink 1, activate a card, they go Chainlink 2 Skull Guardian, you go Chainlink 3 Morella. Resolves, Morella sends Witch Strike, the chain resolves, your stuff gets negated, the chain is done, on resolution, roll back, copy Witch Strike, boom. Hand and field gone. Also, the same works vice versa. If you don't have rollback, but you have Witch Strike, you can obviously do the same thing. So, basically, if you're playing against any deck that has a very common Omni Negate, like Voiceless Voice, this card basically makes it so they can't use that anymore, which is honestly the only thing for this deck that is really scary when you're facing Voiceless Voice, is that Omni Negate. Everything else, you can just do whatever you want. It works the same with Trap Trick. If they negate your thing, you can chain Trap Trick, set a Witch Strike, and just blow them up. Yeah, so this card is really, really good against specifically Voiceless Voice, and this deck has some matchups that are hard, and it needs to side deck cards specifically for those matchups. Voiceless Voice is not an easy matchup. This card completely destroys it, turns it from a very hard matchup into a very good matchup, and is therefore, I think, mandatory. Ice Dragon's Prison is a card that I don't think is good enough for the main deck, because you're not really looking for one-on-one interruptions. You are kind of looking to stall the game and then blow up the board all at once. You don't want to interact with everything at once, because that's not efficient. But in some matchups, the banishing is really important, like against Labrynth. Labrynth is another matchup that isn't easy for this deck, and Ice Dragon's Prison banishing their lovelies and ladies non-targeting is really, really good. So that's what you side this for. There's a bunch of 2-off traps that you can get with Trap Trick, essentially. I decided to try out Fiend Comedian. I think this card actually is better than you would think, even though it seems like a meme, but it's kind of interesting. So this card is either you toss a coin. If you call it right, your opponent's graveyard is going to be banished. The entire graveyard gets banished. If you call it wrong, you mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. So there's a couple problems with this card, but I still wanted to try it. Obviously, if in any situation it does the right thing, it's a completely insane card. If you can banish your opponent's entire graveyard in the right spot, that's huge. Or if you can mill like 15 cards, is also really, really big. The problem with this card is it's not reliable. You don't know what you're getting, right? You don't know, are you going to be able to banish now if you need it, or are you going to be able to mill if you need that? So I wanted to side deck this card because it's significantly better going second. You want your opponent to set up, to have a big graveyard, and then this card is huge, right? If you go first, this card is really, really hard to resolve because you have to wait for your opponent to fill up the graveyard, which is not very reliable. And then let's say your opponent puts like 4 cards in the graveyard. It's like neither of the options are that impactful. But if you go second and your opponent pulls off like a full Snake Eye combo and has like the graveyard full of like Promethean and level 1 fires and Flamberge and all that, like 20, 15 cards or whatever, right? Then your Fiend Comedian is basically good either way. It either banishes all of their resources or it mills like 15 cards, which is crazy, right? So going second into some matchups that load up the graveyard, I think this card is really good, and you maybe could even play 3 to hard draw it going second in those matchups. But I didn't want to main deck it because if you draw it going first, it's way too slow. Okay. We have 2 D-Barrier. Branded is a tough matchup for this deck. And with D-Barrier, you can basically auto-win it from turn 1. If you can set up a D-Barrier early, you can keep copying it every single turn with rollback. It's really easy. You just roll back it, you put rollback back into the graveyard with Morella or Leoncolia, you D-Barrier them every turn, they can never play the game, you basically win on the spot. So once again, it's another issue of it lets you win matchups that are otherwise hard, it turns them into really easy matchups. The reason for a lot of 2-of trap cards is obviously the inclusion of Trap Trick in the main deck. It lets us access different traps very flexibly. And you technically don't need 3 copies of these traps because you can reuse them from the graveyard, you can access them with Trap Trick, all that kind of stuff. It's completely fine to have these traps at 2. And then the last one is still Different Dimension Ground. This is solid against... it basically does what this does, but against Snake Eye. Right? You just like... yeah. And that's the deck. Very, very fun. I encourage you to try it out. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm really the thing I'm enjoying the most about this deck is just the progress of like people working together on a complete rogue tier 3, tier 4, whatever deck, and just suggesting more and more ideas to it. And the deck actually gets progressively just a little bit better. Like cards like I would have never thought that I would get to use cards like this, cards like that, cards like this, cards like that. It's really, really fun. And use like unironically use cards like Roar and Vaboku and all that kind of stuff. It's really, really cool. So let me know what you think, and I hope you enjoyed the little local report / deck profile. If you've been watching on YouTube, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, all the good stuff. Let me know what you think in the comments down below about the deck. And yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. All right, dude. It was so fun to resolve not elemental burst. Well, that's also fun, but it was so fun to Witch's Strike the voiceless voice for the first time, because I've had this card in the deck for basically just theory, and now I actually got to use it yesterday. It was really, really hype. It felt so good, dude. It felt so broken. Dude, destroy everything in their hand and field. It's just gone, dude. It's just so broken. I love this Paleo arc. I mean, yeah, it's great. I'm gonna keep this deck around and play it every once in a while. I think I'll play more of it on Master Duel today, because we don't have the new set yet. There's no point in like tryharding. So yeah. Lost Contact, thank you for the 6 months. Ancient Gear deck at locals when? Ancient Gear is very low on the list of decks that I would probably bring to locals. Like I said, I wanna play a lot of stuff that I haven't played before at locals, because I didn't get the chance to play that much. Ancient gear is not really something that I am that interested in. Well, I'm not sure. Joda Cam, thank you for the Prime, and Dizzy Duo, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate the subs that we got during the recap. I was kind of focusing on the deck profile, but I appreciate the support, everybody. Really helps keeping the channel growing and lets me do what I love to do. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I am very glad whenever people are enjoying the content enough to support it. Thank you. All right. I am booting up Master Duel as we speak. Lab Paleo today, dude. Should we try some more juicy ideas for this deck? Should we try the Stovey Torby? Paleo at Worlds, unironically, in a best of one, like I'll tell you something about Worlds, Master Duel Worlds last year. This. In Master Duel Worlds, we were playing best of one, and we had no timer. We only had the in-game timer. So in theory, this deck could work. The biggest problem is that at Worlds, people are going to play perfect against it, and that's tough. If they play perfect against it and keep doing the right chain blocks and all that kind of stuff, it's not easy for this deck. This deck, it's to be honest, this deck does live a decent amount of the fact that a lot of people don't know really how to play against it. And at Worlds, it might not work like that. Gamma, thank you for the 9 months. How do you like Frozen Soul instead of Threatening Roar? What is hold up. Frozen Soul. You can only activate this card when your opponent's life points are at least 2,000 low. When your life points are at least 2,000 lower than your opponent's, skip your opponent's next battle phase. Theoretically, that one's okay because you can activate it on both turns. It doesn't allow you to crash and make Zeus, but I think the biggest problem with it is that you can't use it when it gets closer to time in the TCG. Yeah. And you also can't use it really early, right? Okay, let's play around with some of these ideas. What do I want to try? Where's Balance of Judgment? Sick Monkey, thank you for the 2 months. I mean, yeah, I think Snake Eye is a deck that people are tired of at this point. And I think the most frustrating part about it is that it's a 1-card combo deck. I think that's the biggest gripe that people have with it. Look at Commander of Swords. When your opponent draws for their normal draw in their draw phase, they reveal the card they drew. Then, if any is a spell trap, you apply one of these effects. Discard all cards they drew, destroy one spell trap. What is it with this card? What do you want to do with this card? I don't get it. What if they draw a monster? Yeah. Just play drop off? Yeah. Ooh, Thorp off. Dude, it would be very funny if you could elemental burst your opponent and then drop off every turn. It's not good though, but like don't do that, but you could like drop off every turn with rollback. But yeah. Drop off is a counter trap? No, it's not. Drastic drop off is a counter trap, but this one isn't. It's basically Yada lock, right? Is Yada is level 2, right? Yeah. Okay. Have you tried Wannabe as a level 2? Okay, so Wannabe... can you try one new doll instead of the third laundry? Hold up, I'll read that in a second. During the end phase... Yeah, I don't like this card, I don't think. It's not bad, though. Wannabe is great, though. I mean... Maybe it's okay. I don't want to play too many monsters as long as we play the reasonings, but unironically, the reasonings might have to go. The reasonings might have to go. Is the next best milling trap? Is the next best milling trap actually dice it? There's no way that's the best thing you can do. You know what I want to try? I want to try a Labrynth package. I really do. Because Stovey Torby, in theory, is really nice. To discard trap cards to the graveyard. And then get a level 2 back every time you remove something. It's not going to be a traditional Labrynth package, I'll tell you that. It kind of sucks that this is at 2 in Master Duel. But, like, you would play, like, 2 Stovies, Big Welcome, maybe Labrynth Barrage? Nay. Arias? Is this the package? Is that it? 2 Stovey, 1 Arias, 1 Big Welcome? Do we play Lady? Maybe 1 Lady. Fair Welcome? Nah, Fair Welcome sucks. This is a lot of cards. I guess we take out these. I think we take out Reasoning if we have this many monsters. Don't think we... I want to go back to balance. Do you need the Desires? The Desires is awkward with these ratios. Like this. We have room for 1 more playset. We have room for 1 more playset. Probably a draw card. Should we try Good Goblin Housekeeping? Okay. We need Chaos Angel now. Might not be good, but let's try for science. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's fine. Okay. Have you looked? Oh, I forgot about the Dragon Maid. Hold up, let me Google it. Dragon Maid new Darl. You can discard this card, target a monster in either grave, shuffle it into the deck at the end of the battle phase. What's the point? Dude, sounds cracked. Ash me, I dare you. Recycles laundry every turn? Yeah, I see it, but I think it's like that one's too bad of a draw, isn't it? Have you already talked about how it went at locals yesterday? We just finished it, yes. But long story short, I did win locals with Paleos. It was very fun. There's gonna be a YouTube video about it though, very soon. Okay. I think we set 3 here, and I think we keep Canada in hand. Have you looked at Surprise Chain? I have looked at Surprise Chain at some point. But... yeah, you don't want to play Surprise Chain in this. They ash the Soldier Dragons. It's crazy. Thinking Dynamishes on this is probably worth. Do you get recognized at locals? They do know who I am, yes. Rick Burb Sanchez, thank you for the 15 months. Okay, obviously they already have it. See, the problem here is if this is Snake Eyes, I don't want to use my Karma Cannon yet. Unless I can rely on getting a really good Fiend Griefing. But if it's... I think it's more likely for it to be Snake Eyes, right? Then, yeah, I don't want to use this yet. I think I'll keep the Karma Cannon for later. That's Birth. It's probably Snake Eyes. This is rather annoying. What do you think about Witcher Strike? I played it in the side deck. It was good. I can Fiend Grieve this one. Probably okay. Dude, this can send these. That's funny. Okay, Vaboku is good. Probably Vaboku. Probably gonna have to be Vaboku. And I want to draw Leoncolia. They place. Any tips on how to play remote compared to IRL? I'm not sure. I honestly I don't play that much remote. It's outside of the streams. I haven't really played it at all. I find it very hard to focus during remote, to be honest with you. Because it's like it's much harder, I feel like, to keep track of your opponent's stuff when you don't see their field in front of you. Master Duel music is on? Oh, is it? Oh, right, because of the Challenger Cup. I always turn it on during the Challenger Cup. My bad. Let's probably just roll back, right? Opa. Gigantic. Gigantic seems fine here. Because I can just run over the thing without it floating. Locals was a success. Yes, I was able to win. How do you like Mosquito? I don't think it's necessary. I've never made it. I'm playing one, but... Summon Stovey? I was gonna summon Dragon Maid. Stovey is also funny. But I want a mill here. Because I want the target for... I want the target for rollback. That's nice. GG's. Snake Eyes deck taken down by Soldier Dragons. Challenge successful. Have you tried Masterful Mayakashi for a lock summon? Yes, I thought about it, but I don't think you want it. I don't think it's good enough. Because it's like only good going first. No, it's dead because of the big welcome in hand. That's so unfortunate. Dude, we're playing 60 cards, we draw both. Well, I can use it to set it from hand by discarding. That's not great. On fire. It's gonna take a while. They play 60 cards as well. Hell. Not sure how I feel about Stovey. Of course, not putting up a good showing here with drawing these cards. I could still consider going for Stovey just to discard the Canadia, just to start the game with a Paleo in the grave. But like losing 3 cards from hand sucks. Fake Nibiru? Yeah, I'll turn on after 3 summons, after 5 summons. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's Infernoid. Okay, that's different. I'm not sure. That might be a bad matchup. Because they can have spell trap negation. They can have even the guy that blows up the entire spell trap zone, right? Oh no, they sent Sajet for this? Really? Okay. That's not a line I've seen before. Oh, you just bring it back again. I see. That's neat. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is 5 now. A little bit of a bluff. They get like 4 uses out of it. Yeah, you bring it back with Oak. You bring it back with Promethean. What's the 4th? Oh, Flamberge, of course. Yeah, right. Forgot about Flamberge for a second. My bad. How could I? But wouldn't Nib go kind of hard here if I actually had it? Didn't they still just played into it like it's nothing, right? I mean, they still have Infernoids in the grave, so I guess it's not the end of the world if they get nibbed here, but like that's one thing I don't like about the Soldier Dragons. I like these cards a lot. But there's a couple things about this that I don't like, and that's that the more monsters you put into the deck, even though they have some cute synergies and some nice stuff that they can do, the more you actually start getting vulnerable to cards that the deck was previously completely immune to. Like Imperm, Veiler, Appaloosa as well. Like I'm thinking like I hope they go for Appaloosa somewhere so I can like capitalize on it, but the reality is Appaloosa isn't even that bad for them here because I have this, I have this. Star Plays, thank you for the bits. As a Runic Chimera player running into 4 Sword Soul players in a row with Lightning Storm or Raigeki has been rough. Is that a problem for Runic Chimera? Can't you just protect your stuff with Hugin? I get not from Raigeki, I guess, but like so this is just the standard Snake Eye board plus Deviati from 1 bonfire. That's fair enough. Oh no, they ban. Okay, they summoned a Deviati from hand because they wanted to keep Decatron in the grave. Okay, I see. I'm learning the deck for the first time, which is probably not helping. Yeah, but it's fine, like, right? That's the point of it. Not that big of a deal. Yeah, this deck might be too many monsters, guys. It might be too many monsters. Dude, they are not scared. I mean, they're just gonna negate it though, aren't they? I guess I have to hope that they don't. Yeah. This wouldn't even be that bad of a position if these two were real cards. I'm not sure if I like this Labrynth package. It feels weird because I put two Stovies in my deck, those are technically supposed to be the good draw, but they're only the good draw if I don't have Big Welcome, and all the other Labrynth cards aren't that great. Yeah. I think it's just unlucky. Give it more time. No, I'll try it again. I'm just sharing my thoughts. I'm not going to remove them right away. The problem is when you're playing a rogue deck like this, you want to decrease the chances of drawing those hands. Like, you don't want to, like, you know, like, this one's better because I can discard. Altergeist. What was this? What just happened? Oh. Oh, this is a combo deck now. I forgot. It's a little sad because I kind of want to put the Paleo in the graveyard. It's a really good card in this matchup, but I really want the Paleo in the grave. I'm putting the Paleo in the grave. Dude, what are these tips? Okay. Why would you share that? I've asked them this same question before. I haven't gotten an answer. See, here, this is kind of nice, isn't it? This is kind of sweet. Arias or Lady? Here, I'll probably go for Lady, but I'm not sure. Go big welcome. They can negate it with Hexia, but then I can respond with Soldier Dragons. And if they don't negate it with Hexia, I'm going to summon, bounce, and bring Stovey back as another level 2 body either way. If they Ash it, I can also chain Soldier Dragons. Everyone. Boom. Nice. Another one. Another one. Assemble. I think I'm gonna detach the Olenoids here to have a Paleo in the grave. It sucks because then next turn I can't search. But I really want the Paleo. Okay. Might be Dynamicious. Dynamicious kind of forces them to use their stuff. Right? And then I can chain Soldier Dragons. But maybe it's just Morella. Yeah, let's go Morella. Morella for rollback for big welcome? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do. Sure. Now I think it's Laundry. Yeah, Laundry. Mill 3. Silk's fine. Oh, I could have summoned another Soldier Dragon to punish them for adding back. That would have also been okay. Okay, Mill 3. We hit Rise to Full Height. That's solid. I guess it's Gigantic. Just to run over this. I keep forgetting we have Elf as well. But it's not Elf here, I don't think. It's Gigantic. Okay. I can Zeus. I could Zeus and Gigantic. Or I can just make a 4 material Zeus. Probably fine. Cross out. That's fine. So what is their hand? It's a manifestation plus 1 that they didn't set in the first turn. So probably another normal summon. Does it have a graveyard effect? No. Why the Paleo no die? Okay, so set pass. Should set burst? No, I'm probably gonna put it back with Good Goblin. Dude, you can go. Oh, we can do something funny. We can go Good Goblin, chain Zeus, and then Good Goblin's in the graveyard, and we draw 2. Huh? Huh? Anyone? Isn't that cool? That's cool. Battle phase. Well, use this. Couldn't you Zeus the burst? Yes, but I don't have a transaction rollback. What's the point? Great. Here's where it sucks that this doesn't have a trap, because now this can't search. But it's okay. Can turn it into an elf. It's Poplar and Oak. Yeah. Malvisp. Crazy card, isn't it? If you Goblin 1, Zeus 2, yes, it counts. Yes, it's draw 2, put 1 back. If you do that. Tribute 1 other Altergeist monster. Okay. If this card is sent from the field to the grave, target an Altergeist card in your grave, add it to your hand. Right. Have you tried Nightmare Goblin? No. No, I haven't. Kind of sounds like a good card, though. If I'm being honest. Maybe I should try it. Dude, they saw the good goblin housekeeping. They were like, nah, I'm out. That's too powerful. That's too powerful. The good goblin is what made him quit. Not the Zeus stare down for all of their cards. No, it was when the good goblin housekeeping was being flipped. They were like, nah. Nah. That's it. I've seen enough. Good. Can I go first? Like once? I am drawing soldier dragons like a freaking professional, though. That's for sure. How is the lab package? So far, only okay, I would say. Nothing too crazy. How do I use my Prime so I watch without ads? Dude, paid commenter, by the way. But I think you just have to go where it says subscribe, and then there's a checkbox somewhere that says use free Prime sub. Chat, someone go do it and tell them how to do it. Important. Normal summon impulse. What is going on? See? Thank you, Jordan. Now tell him exactly how you did it. What was this? What was this extra normal summon? Teleport a ghost ogre to make an IP Masquerena. Okay, well, anyways. Simon, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Drewski, thank you for the gifts up. Appreciate that. Not quite following the instructions, but I still appreciate the support. Zingis Khan, thank you for the 3 months. Rio Kane, thank you for the 2. Okay. Not even using one of the cards they just said, I see. I have too many normal summons, man. Edwards, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Okay. Didn't fall for the battle phase bait. All right. Normal summon. Dude, these situations are only rough because I'm drawing too many monsters. Like if I had more traps, it'd just be fine. At least they don't have a card in hand for Nightmare Unicorn, I guess. End phase. Yes. Okay, cool. All right, let's see. End of the main phase. Okay, they are scared. I think I start with this. See what I get. See what's in the box. Okay, rollback is in the box. That means I could elemental burst. We could elemental burst if I wanted to. By just going trap trick into Morella into the thing. Okay, so the cards that they have set can't prevent this, right? It would have to be Ash in hand. If it's Ash in hand, but they may have Ash Needlebug's Nest, right? Wait for battle phase? We are in the battle phase, sir. Could be Imperm far right. Oh, really? Is this the one that was not from Turbulence? That'd be concerning. I didn't pay attention to that. That was my bad. I didn't chain a Paleo to it. Did I have one? I did. My bad. Is there a Discord I can join? Exclamation mark Discord. You got it. Yes. So I can't activate this anymore, right? Very satisfying. Oh, man. Nick Boy, thank you for the 3 months. Good luck at Nationals. Dude, Elemental Burst has changed my life. Elemental Burst has impacted my life in so many ways. I can never go back. I cannot even remember. You guys ever have that where you can't even remember how you used to do something like without a certain thing? Like I have no idea. This hand is bad. I think I set one rollback just in case they might pop it. But this is not a great situation. We need to get lucky with the Soldier Dragon into Dragon Maid Mills. That is the funniest Imperm I've seen in my life. I think. That they just like that was just a -2 Imperm. Phenomenal. The best Imperm I've ever seen. Great stuff. In before baiting tactics? I mean, I'm always gonna play into tactics. Like, what do you mean? Oh, it even made my rollback life. That's so funny. It actually is the worst imperm ever. Never has an imperm been worse than that. They're gonna try. They're gonna try to Fenrir the new soldier dragon. Hold up. Let him cook. Yep. Everyone, get in here. Give me some mills. Ah, a paleo. Eh, not great. Temple. Okay. So we know they have Diabellstar because they had wanted. Rough. And sinful. Yeah, this is not gonna look. This is not gonna be great. Well, the thing is that the Diabellstar actually isn't that good of an extender, is it? When it's not that good of an extender when you've already used original. So I think I'll roll back this. And bring back a paleo while they have nothing in the spell and trap zone. I'll summon in defense. I'm a little too scared. Because this is bigger anyways because of the field spell. Don't want it to be. They could actually do something nice, which was they could go Snake Eye Ash, send it the Fenrir. It's negated, but then they can summon Unicorn. I don't know if they're going to see that. But that would be a decent play. So we'll get to summon the Unicorn. Yeah, they don't. I mean, this is not an extender because they've already used the original. I don't think they can do that much here. Subversion is like whatever. Rank 7? I mean, I still have my Canada. Don't have a dark or dark charmer. Fine. I just have to not die this turn essentially. But like they've I guess they haven't normal summoned is the thing. That is the scary thing. Okay. Well, can't really deal with Baron, can I? So they have a unicorn in hand, which does nothing. And they just battle. Okay, we live. That's good. That's huge. They should be destroying both soldier dragons. Actually, do I even have another target? I think I took out one laundry, right? I don't have another target for them. Yeah. Set one. Card in hand is unicorn. Yeah, vibes. No paleo in the grave at the moment because this is vibing here. It's very annoying. Check for another imperm. They did let me detach the trap. Okay, they didn't do it. Okay, cool. Is it time to burst? See, unironically, I'm not sure, because one other line of play that I have is I can attack the Ash, take 1800, go down to 400, and then Zeus the board instead, which also puts my Canadia in the grave and lets me roll back whatever I want. I'm still gonna send it. Burst will make Diabellstar live as well. I mean, yes. At the same time, I don't really have a way around that, do I? I mean, I could go for Cambro Raster, send. I could Cambro Raster. Draw 2, put 1 back, or Trap Trick. Trap Trick has to be better. Can Zeus now? I am aware. Okay, they have crazy follow-up anyways because they drew double wanted. It's fine. I have to set the Fenrir, right? I'm trying to go for Coral Anemone. Which I guess now is kind of obsolete. Because they have Diabellstar follow-up anyways. So if I Olenoids this, bring back another Paleo, make gigantic, attack. So I have rollback and burst already in the graveyard. Don't need to worry about the setup anymore. I can summon with gigantic. What do I have? Is there... Wait. Oh, I still have Stovey Torby. I think that's better than Zeus. It's either a 4-material Zeus, but I'm kind of forced to use it immediately. Or I just go, I summon Stovey, activate Mirella, make Animalocaris. I think that's better. I forgot about Stovey Torby. How could I? Dude, they are so confused right now. They're like, where the hell does this come from? Okay, I have rollback. I have elemental burst. I could send tidying for an extra body. That doesn't do much here. I can send rise to full height. Rise to full height. True about the unicorn? Yeah, I'm not gonna make the unicorn life. I'm just popping the Diabell Star because it can't summon itself back under gigantic. Like pass. You have Rise in hand though? Yeah, but like with one Rise, they can still attack. If you do double Rise, they can't attack anymore. So they have Diabell Star, Unicorn, the card they drew for turn, and the card they top decked from Wanted. Isn't this at 2? Yeah, sick. They drew both. Typical Josh stream. They pitch Max C for Diabell Star. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, now they have Unicorn. But they can't attack. New Marincest support? Wait, has it been announced or what? What do you mean? Just revealed? Ooh, what? Trickstar Aqua Angel? Hold up, I'll look at it after this game. How is it both a Marincess and a thingy? That's weird. Anyways. Have you watched the anime? No, obviously not. Otherwise, I would probably know why. But unfortunately, I am not aware. Battle phase. Thinking emoji. Main phase 2. Pass. Can't believe the game would bug again. Can't believe Yu-Gi-Oh would do this to me. Ken my ex Haikyuu, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate the first time sub. Thank you so much. Easy clap. Nice Snake Eye Cashier deck. Dude, I forgot about the new card. Nah, my bad, dude. It's fine. Just one game. Just one game. Only like 40 minutes. We'll look at it. I forgot. My bad, dude. Like yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Ooh. Hello? Hello? Anyone home? Eh. Not the greatest set of cards. I could reshuffle. Own it. Dude, I wish I said it already. Should I have? Maybe. That's annoying. Fine. It's tier limit? It could be, right? Because they normally you would go for unicorn if it was something else. But okay, that's odd. Maybe drop Earth? Oh no, it's just that. Okay. Subversion? Okay. Chat, who sees? We can burst on them. Who sees it? I see it. I'm just waiting for the right time to burst. Is now the right time to burst? Now might be the right time to burst. They have normal summoned. Okay. Let's try to burst. It only works if they don't have Ash, obviously. They have Unicorn? Yeah, and why do I care about Kashtira Unicorn? Obviously they have Wanted. They always have Wanted. Activate Backjack first. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I know what I'm doing. Are you vegan or vegetarian? I'm vegan. He didn't Fenrir the Paleo? Yeah, that's crazy. Fine. I thought you were German? That's funny. That's a Vine throwback. I like that. Alright, watch me burst. Chat, watch me burst. When no one thought I could. Who saw that one coming? Or go unicorn. Did not ask, do not care. How do you like the lab cards so far? I don't think they'll stay, but they are fun to play with. In reality, the play that I made was cool. It was probably just Karma Cannon. Let's be real. It was probably just Karma Cannon at some point. Obviously, they hard do that. That was kind of expected. I wanted to do it because I could, but it was probably just Karma Cannon at some point. They still can't get rid of the Paleos. So I think it's still fine. We'll see. I blew up, by the way, I'll just say it. I blew up 6 or 7 cards with Elemental Burst. They still have 8, 9. 9 cards. On turn 1. Snake eyes, ladies and gentlemen. They can still look at extra deck. No, they'll still take 1 card away. Probably Zeus, if I had to guess. I love Snake Eyes, dude. Especially Wanted. Wanted is my favorite card ever. I love when my opponent just draws cards for free. Okay, what are they doing? Okay. Guess they're not looking at my extra deck. Okay. Noted. Sometimes the Ruma better than Burst. Yeah, had I gone for the Ruma, I think we would have won the game. What are they cooking, man? Savage? Probably. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I don't have anima in this version. Oh, that's good. That's actually correct. That's crazy. Mm. Okay, so Savage Negate is still left. Basically, I just need to try to bait. I have to try and bait Savage somehow. Like, I have to hope they negate, like, Elf. I don't have anima, no. With anima, this be easy. Big welcome. You can spin. No, I don't control a level 8 or higher fiend. Hmm. Still not over. One soldier, two soldier. Don't have another target for soldier dragons, unfortunately. I milled too many of them. Gigantic Zeus. It doesn't work, because if I attack the princess, they banish one card on my field. I still have to do it, I think. Make SP? Yeah, that'd be nice. Okay, so we have Rise to Full Height. We have a random backjack. It's okay. Let's see what it is. That's fine. Not great, but it's fine. Did I mill a single Karma Cannon even? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. How many good goblins do I have? 1, 2. I have 2 good goblins. So rollback on good goblin is draw 3. Put back 1. Okay. Fine. If we made animal lockers at the start, we might have made it. We kind of did need that. We kind of did need that extra body though, didn't we? But I guess that also would have baited the savage, yeah. We'd have a pop. Yeah, we would pop the savage. I guess it's kind of the same outcome though. Because Anomalocris is just the same thing, just to bait the Borrelot Savage. They probably don't have a target for this. Yeah. Fine. How much does the pay half on her rollback hurt? Not at all. You just stall forever. Doesn't matter. Birch in this economy. Okay. The one thing I'm worried about when we copy, we might have to copy. Or rather, I really want to copy. Obviously, I really want to copy Burst. At the same time, it's kind of scary because I'm out of cards. But I might have to do it here. Do I have to do it yet? No, right? They can't attack. Yeah, they can't attack. And they are trying to figure out why in this exact moment. So I'm considering using rollback on Good Goblin Housekeeping to refill my hand and keep the burst for another turn. Because I can reset. How many Leoncolias did I mill? 1, 2. 2 Leoncolias are gone. I have one more. Morella? Such a juicy one though. Dude, I need to do it. Another imperm, bonfire, sure. It's so bad that these are here. They have a target? What is that? Kurikara? Or third poplar? Kurikara, okay. Makes sense. And they tag out though? I don't think they could, right? 2 Flamberge gone, Oak gone, both poplar gone. Yeah, they can't tag out. Sure. This should be in defense. I forgot about Princess. Uh-oh. They have to, if I balance needs to be live. If balance isn't live, then I lose. This should have been in defense. We're fine, we're not fine. Only if they play into balance, we're fine. Because one rise won't save us. Because they can still attack this for enough damage. We are not fine if they don't commit more cards to the field. But that's my mistake. It's frustrating because it's such a long game that's being lost because I just make one mistake at the end, but that's how it is with this deck. Because if this was in defense, we would be guaranteed to live this turn. We could probably balance next turn. Dynamicious is live. I deserve that. I deserve that. Yes, 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 new cards. Dance on stage or under the sea with Trickstar Aqua Angel. Okay, Trickstar Aqua Angel, which apparently Trickstar and Marincess are the same thing. You heard it here first. So both Trickstar and Marincess support because this card is always treated as a Marincess card. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per duel. If you control a Trickstar or Marincess card, you can special summon this card from your hand or graveyard. Now that's phenomenal for both of those decks, I feel like. Probably better for Marincess than for Trickstar, but that's pretty good. Level 4 extender from grave or hand. I don't know if it matters for Trickstar that this is not a Cyberse. I'm just now noticing this because the entire, not Trickstar, for Marincess. Because in Marincess, it's all Cyberse, right? Do they have a lock for Cyberse, or does it not matter? They waterlock. Okay, fine. Well, I know they waterlock. I wasn't sure if they maybe also Cyberse lock at some point, but okay. Link monster that point to this card cannot be destroyed by battle. That's pretty insignificant. If this card is sent to the graveyard as link material, you can look at your opponent's hand and all their set cards. Okay. Interesting. I mean, just take a little peek, you know? Acquire perfect information. This card is good, isn't it? Like, that's nice. I don't know which deck benefits more from it, Trickstar or Marincess, but that's a nice card, you know? Like ideally, you're trying to use this early in your combo to know what kind of cards your opponent has, to know what if you have to play around Nibiru, Imperm, Baylor, whatever. Right? That'd be nice. I would think it's probably better for Marincess because two things. The first thing is Marincess is currently closer to being a good deck than Trickstar is. And I think Marincess is also the deck that really like benefits more from like generic like extenders and all that kind of stuff because it's a link climb deck. It does make Trickstar Candina a 1-card rank 4 though, right? Which is solid. I don't think that was possible beforehand. But it's a pretty good card. I think that might help both of those archetypes. Like the thing is, I can see Marincess being a good deck at some point. I don't know how I feel about Trickstar in like modern, but fine card. Okay. I want to take out the Labrynth cards. I feel like it's been a couple games and they do some cool stuff for the deck, but they don't really add anything that I couldn't already do, I feel like. But they feel risky because it's like, I like drawing this. I like drawing this. I don't feel great about drawing this, this, or this. I don't know about these cards. Take these out. 55. The goblins, I'll give another shot. The goblins, I'll try more. And this goes. Can we change deck? I want to play. I want to play this deck today because we get new cards tomorrow, and this is currently what I enjoy the most. And I don't want to try out different stuff when we get a new pack that changes everything tomorrow. We'll play different stuff tomorrow, I promise. But I wanna play this today. Reasoning, I'm okay with trying reasoning again. With less monsters and then some trap, probably. I think I'm gonna put Anima. And I think I'm gonna put the Fiend Comedian back. Do this. Why does it play 60 because of grass? Yes. I think that's good enough reason. The deck doesn't fit in less than like 55 anyways. Might as well go the extra mile to make grass as good as possible. Is it already known what pack will come out tomorrow? Well, we know some of the cards in it. We know SP Little Knight is in there. We know the Horus cards are in there. We don't know every single card, but we know most of them. Or like the important stuff we know. Okay, we're being comboed. This might take a while. Tuning is not a good sign. Uh-oh. They milled Revolution Synchron? That's crazy. Now, this is probably not going to be a great matchup for us unless they go for something like Calamity. We don't actually care about Calamity. But it's a speeder deck. Uh-oh. Why couldn't I just go first against that one? Well, they have Revolution Synchron anyways, so I guess the mill didn't matter at least. Me hoping to get Calamity'd. Yeah, it's weird, right? I'm actually hoping to get Calamity'd. What's your latest Royal Rare? Well, I don't remember. Does anyone remember? I probably pulled it on stream. Is it the Imperm? It might be. I have a Royal Imperm, but that's a while ago. I don't remember pulling one since. Oh. What's your best Royal? My Freezing Curses. Is Heart of the Cast tomorrow with Ram or MBT? I think it's MBT. I'm not sure. Farfa set it up this week. Do you really just make Crimson Dragon to get it all? I guess it comes back anyways. Yeah. It looks like we're getting Calamity locked. Gary isn't happy that you picked Freezing Curses as your favorite Royal. Oh no, not this shit, man. Effect. Unfortunate. Great game. I love losing 4 coin flips in a row. Or whatever it was now. Might be more, I don't know. When are we gonna check the new cards? We just did. For that game. We could have probably, the strat was to queue into that game and then react to the cards during the game. That was probably the better idea. I want to play around Duster here. I'll just use 2 Morellas, I think. Or 1? I'm not sure. Probably 2. What are they playing? Well, they can take their sweet time. All brakes, no gas. Dude, what's happening? Oh, okay. It's just Snicks. fine. Oh, it's Rescue Ace. A fire attacker. Sure. The Ruma goes hard here? I don't think it does, no. I think Elemental Burst goes a lot harder at some point. Just let him cook. Battle phase. I kind of want to keep my Paleo. I have, in total, I have 3 Paleos. Plus, it should be fine. Yeah, okay. You can have this one. End phase. Sick. What is this? If a card is added to your opponent's hand except by drawing. Okay, that's not happening. I guess it could happen. See if they had 2 ashes. Not unlikely. I want to play a little bit in the end phase though, because of Maxi. There's the second ash. That's fine. I want to check my draw. I want to get another trap. Well, those are all kind of awkward. I guess Fiend Comedian is somewhat okay. It's funny because if Fiend Comedian mills 2 here, it's actually quite good because it's tidying plus laundry. And if not, then I guess it banishes original. Also fine. You only mill 1. No, they have 2 cards in the graveyard. What are you talking about? Heads! What? Okay. Terror Drac, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. And we mill again next turn. Did we mill a Paleo at least? No. Oh! Okay, well, I forgot about that. That's not gonna happen, he said. Dude, what a weird game. Can I mail paleos? It's actually frustrating. Okay, so there's a rollback here. I think it's just this. I think it's just this. On rollback. Chain paleo. See what happens. Then it's this. On tidying. And then we'll use tidying to make Anomalocaris. And that is kind of just vibes, isn't it? I'll use the effect to do some damage. Give him a smooch with Opabinia. Pop! I don't think I Zeus. I think I keep this one alive for a turn and get another search. BM? It's not BM, it's GM. It's good manners. No lethal? Dude, it's turn 7. This deck doesn't win before like turn 15 usually. What are you talking about? What is this yapping you're doing? I kind of want my opponent to resolve Turbulence so that I can use Balance. When is this week's podcast? It's tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I think we said tomorrow. I think it's on Farfa's stream. Let me check. Let me check what we said. Yeah, I think it's Thursday. No, Thursday on mine. Okay, on mine. On my stream tomorrow. Are you off tomorrow because of holiday? I'm not off. We're playing the new Master Duel pack, the new cards, and then we're doing podcast. Do block with extra steps is literally less steps. It's literally less steps than do blocking. Dude, I'm gonna let them set... This is evil. I'm letting them set 4. so that I can use Balance of Judgment. I'll draw cards and then I'll blow up everything they set with Elemental Burst. It's actually insane. I feel like a criminal. Well, but... Huh? Anyways. I guess they're listening. I mean, I'll still do it. I'll still burst. I want to burst. Sniping? Nah, I was joking. I don't know what they are trying to do, but... I wonder how many of your opponents watch your stream to cheat and see your hand all the time. I don't really care about that. It's not that deep. I'm just playing Master Duel to enjoy myself. That's fine. Karma Cannon yourself now! But they had turbulence all this time. They just, like... Dude, it's the end phase. What are you doing? You're facing a beginner duelist, I think. I mean, they're in Diamond, like, what is it? Diamond 2? It's like, I think people just really fumble the back when they have to play against a deck like this. They just don't know what to do. Anyone can reach Diamond? Yes, but then as soon as you do, I don't think you classify as a beginner duelist anymore. I'm not saying you have to be super good to reach Diamond, but I don't think that's what classifies as a beginner duelist. Someone who's playing Rescue Ace in Diamond on Master Duel. Who knew one single card in Maze of Millennia could make Paleo such a threat against a tier 0 deck? Dude, Transaction rollback, I don't remember the last time... I don't know when the last time was that the card release that I liked so much. I think it is Transaction rollback. I feel like Billy when I say that. But it feels like it's like my favorite card in recent years, dude. SP? I think SP is pretty cool, but in a different way. Like SP, I find SP fun, but it's a different kind of fun than I have with rollback. Because I noticed this about myself in like recent months or whatever. I really like playing Yu-Gi-Oh decks that play differently than the norm, right? And this deck is pretty much as far away from the norm as you could think in the way it plays, right? Like it requires a lot of different thinking than a normal Yu-Gi-Oh deck, right? And it's like it's a very, very cool change of pace for me to play a deck, because Yu-Gi-Oh, like a lot of modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks are still fun, but they all try to achieve kind of the same stuff, right? In different shapes and forms, but like this deck is completely different in terms of what it does. And it's very, very fun to try to achieve something else in a game where you normally try to achieve, like, okay, make a big board early, try to like interact with your opponent's stuff and take their stuff apart. And like in this deck, it's just so different. And I find that very enjoyable. This is probably also the reason why I like Runic, because it also approaches the deck in the game in different angles. Okay, Snow Instamill, nice. Both Tearlaments, Instamill, Destrudo, Shaddoll Beast, Trivi Karma, Grief, Sulik. This individual is undefeatable. They just went +5 with one Rhino Heart. Trivi Karma, Shaddoll Beast, Sulik, Havness, Destrudo, Sharon, and Snow. What the hell? It might be Jover. Well, we have Balance of Judgment, so let him cook. Let him cook. Let him set up. So Salik searched Sharon. Was that right? Yeah, okay. So they've used both of the fusion effects. They still have the Strudo on a level 4, so they're gonna have Baron. Dude, I hate Baron. Now that it's banned in the TCG, every time I play Master Duel, I realize how much I hated Baron all this time. Keldo, no, man. And Scream. But they milled Pearl Rhino. They milled Pearl Rhino, so maybe they're gonna be pissed and shuffle it back with Keldo to have a search for Privy Karma. That'd be cool. They didn't search first. I mean, they're a certified gambler. They're good at gambling. They're not good at the game necessarily. They just know how to gamba. Used the mega zoom function yet? I have seen it. Yes, I have seen it. It's pretty cool. I already said this yesterday, but I feel like a lot of these quality of life changes that they made in this recent update, they are good, but it makes me wonder, like, why wasn't this here from the start? You know, it feels like we're being thankful for something that should have been there like 2 years ago for some of these things. What's the mega zoom? I mean, you can now do this. Essentially, that's it. You can look at Backjack in all its glory, which is nice. Dude, they are cooking. Make your Baron, dude. It's unironically, the most frustrating thing is the one shuffler. The 2 shufflers. Man! Why did you talk? Yeah, my bad. My bad. They have crime. They have this. They have double Omni Negate, double Shuffler, Snow. Use one shuffler to search Pearl or Rhino, please. Prime. Probably meta noise. The thing is, genuinely, this is terrible. Genuinely, this card is like, this card can make us win this matchup. It from a position, even in a position that's so bad, this card could do it. I just have to try and find a way to set it up. I think I'm gonna go normal summon Backjack to try and bait interaction. Because one thing they could do is they could use a shuffler to put my Backjack back into the deck in the end phase. I guess this makes, yeah, sick if they hit a tier limit. They only had Rhino Heart and one Sharon in the deck. That was the only way to make a Lido Heart there. That's fucked. Well, we've just been out gambled. No, there's like no. Don't know how. I don't think we can win this. How was locals? Locals was fun. I won locals yesterday. It was pretty fun. I used Witch Strike against Voiceless Voice. That was hilarious. Can you roll back Witch Strike? Yes, but only if the activation condition is met. When your opponent negates your stuff, you can copy it. Yeah, so Crime, probably Meta Noise. Could be Super Poly, but there's 2 in the grave. So not that likely. Oh, there's 3. There's 1 banished as well. Okay. Well, somehow I have to force both Omni negates and then balance and then still survive. It's not an easy task. This baits 1 Omni. That's about it. Using it on Snow might prompt an Omni negate. Because they could chain Snow. They have 10 cards in the graveyard, so they can keep 3. Shuffler, Shuffler. Let's try. Okay, 1 Shuffler. We probably just died this turn, right? Because if this was Waboku or Threatening Roar, then I would be potentially okay. No, but they would just Omni negate that. You got this? There's no way I got this. Like, what do you want me to do? I'm not a freaking magician. You see what I'm seeing? Are we watching the same game? What am I meant to do? They'd have to omni-negate this for some reason. Let me summon my Paleo. But there's no way they let me summon a Paleo. Okay. Well, I live for some reason. The problem is they still have crime, right? They still have crime for the balance. Why attack no work? They could have no monsters in hand? I mean... Reasoning baits crime for sure. They have rule colos. Sure, snow again. Sick. See? It's just too much. Even if they're misplaying, like, it's not possible. They can't misplay that hard. It's, like, legit not possible. They don't even have that many things in the graveyard for a Fiend Comedian. Like, if they just chain Snow to it... I'd have to, like, mill, like, completely insane with the Fiend Comedian. Mill, rollback, and burst? That's not enough. Because this comes back and this comes back. I still die. Also, this... Technically, this checks rollback anyways. So in a world where they play well, I can never win. But I guess in a world where they play well, I should have been dead 2 turns ago. Frustrating game. I see what you mean about unreliable. Yeah, that's exactly it. Okay, this hand is better. Or like, I mean, the last hand was fine too. It was just like they went first and had the crazy opener. This. Ooh. Dude, this was almost the same cards. Okay, well, I guess we'll take the book and draw a Dragon Maid and mill another Backjack next turn. If it gets that far, but it's just this, this, and this. Dude, 2 Paleos and a Backjack. Yeah, we do pet the laundry for that. Areas. Okay. That's fine. Big welcome. How many Vabokus? 3. The areas is not something I can prevent anyways. Dude, Fiend Comedian might be pretty good here. No matter if it's Banish or Mill, at some point it might be pretty nice to go Fiend Comedian. Now they can go Lovely and bounce the Arias and try to pop. I'm okay with that. I would actually like to see Lovely here, because then I could Dynamicious it. Yeah, Dynamicious it right away. Get that thing out of my face. Easy clap. I don't care what they pop here. I just chain. I know. I'll lose one of my back rows, but that's okay. Now you max C? That's crazy. That would have actually been good earlier. Pops a back row here, hits the better one. That's fine. End phase. Sweet. Grab Canadia. Or get ashed on Backjack? Okay, sure. Guess we'll draw Canadia. I think this is an old school situation. I think we're gonna just go for an Opa Binia into a Toad here. That seems good. I have a Paleo in the grave? I do. Opa! GG. Dude, I forgot Toad was banned. I was gonna try to make Toad. Oh my god, that would have been so sad. I'm glad they scooped. I forgot. I genuinely forgot. Because I played locals yesterday with Toad. I was like, yeah, we just go Opa Binia and then we make Toad next to it and that's cool. Dude, oh my, I would have been so disappointed. I would have been so disappointed. Ugh. I am still not sure how I feel about this. We haven't been using it much. Feels like it was okay when we did use it, but still overall not that good. Was that a golden sword soul? Why is there a golden sword soul in that deck? Loner deck? I don't think the loner deck comes with the royal Shishao. It does if you use my code. uh. Rollback needs to be banned? You are out of your mind if you think that. You are actually out of your mind if you think that. Muted? I didn't speak. Normal summon that. Okay. Guess we'll try. Probably gonna get sheesh out, but it's whatever. We will attempt to get everyone in here. That hurts, dude. Oh man, it hurts. Ah. We have to mill rollback or elemental burst. Karma cannon's okay. Not great though. Golden Swaswa. Do I try to grief him? Nah. I like how Maxi and Ash are keeping the meta in check right now. Super cool. I don't know where the meta would be if the Paleo deck wouldn't get Ashed and Maxied in the same turn. Can you imagine how cringe that would be? The hell? Well, yeah. Sure, fine. Yeah. Do I have to Karma Cannon here? Because they can flip this one still back up. I'm kind of annoyed by that. I'm kind of annoyed by the fact that they can still flip this guy. But the problem is if they make... it's either Dragite or... the other thing. Baxia. That kind of fucks me up. I think I have to. They have Moji in grave, yeah. And that. Maxi, man. Good thing I milled Karma Cannon. Right now, I really wish this was a Hope for Escape. I'm not gonna lie. Hope for Escape would draw 3 cards right now. I wish it was that. The hell is going on? Oh my. Dick. I have to give him another card, otherwise I die. Oh. That's broken. I didn't know that. You can banish a paleo from... I mean, obviously, yeah, you can. Nice. Nouvelle, thank you for the 2 gift subs. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Also, Blaumann, thank you for the 3 months. Dude, we're so close to stabilizing. It's actually so sad. What were the 2 cards? The next 2, it was another Leoncolia. What was the one after? I forgot. Another rollback. Right, that's terrible. Ah. Why did Karma affect the Sigma? It didn't. That's why it gets sent to the graveyard. Karma Cannon says the player has to send the cards to the graveyard, and that does work on unaffected monsters. That's why it stayed face up and went to the graveyard. That's why the Ruma is dumb. No, that's why the Ruma is well designed. That's why the Ruma is a good card. Not every card that is good is badly designed, guys. That's the point of the card. Dude, if this was... Actually, if this was Hope for Escape, we would die right now. Dude, the fact that this just destroys me completely is so annoying. Why does it do that? Why does it just fuck me up like that? It got no business fucking me up like that. I don't get that. Why does it do that? What do you think about Trap Track? I think Trap Track is just a much worse trap trick. Dude, why is the next card on my deck a transaction rollback? It's so sad. Attack with this first, please. Oh. Bro, I die if I roll back, though. I die to the sheeshing. Right? Well, like, I don't die right now because it can't banish the rollback anymore. But I have to use everything before he flips it back up. I have to... Okay, we'll do the following. We'll do Good Goblin. Wait, I only have one Paleo? Oh no, I needed to start with that then. Does nothing. Dude, what? I don't know what's going on right now, dude. It's... I'm just being god-handed. I think the Good Goblin housekeeping is not good. Despite what the name suggests, I think it's a bad goblin housekeeping. What a great hand going second. All right, toilet break. Huh? What happened here? The hell? Dude, why is my hand so bad in this situation? Why did it have to be so why is it monkey board and luster pendulum? And I can't play the game a single, like, I have nothing. None of my shit is activatable. How is this fair? No. Today is actually cursed. If I have any normal hand, I win this game. See, I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to talk about it. All I'll say is most people would not win the game with that hand. Okay? Most people wouldn't win a game with that hand. But I make it work. Dude, I'm going second every time, dude. Today is that kind of day. Today really is that kind of day. This goblin needs to go. See, this is where normally, for comedic purposes, is where I would do the toilet break thing. But the problem is we just did that. We just did that one. I can't do it again. Thank God he's limited. Not even use the diameter for it. I don't want an Omni Negate. I'd rather have a diameter on the field. Card destruction in Runic Lightsworn? I don't think I would, no. How is Charlie? Charlie's doing well. What decks are you gonna try with Horus tomorrow? I'm not sure yet. We'll try. I'm planning to try a bunch of different things tomorrow. Pikaia? I would love to play Pikaia, but I don't think it's very good, unfortunately. Dude, I milled the last target for the other one and nothing else. It's so frustrating right now. What's happening right now? One rollback and we're in it, but no. Yeah, I forgot to cut the goblin. This is the thing. I say these things at the start of a game, and then at the end of the game I forget and just go into the next one. But yeah, I should remove it. 60 card mirror. I don't mind keeping balance in hand. I can copy it with rollback later. I'm happy to see Snake Eye cards in this match. Like, this is probably one of the better matchups for this deck. My boyfriend watches you every day and I don't get a chance to watch TV. Yeah, tell him he's based. He's a keeper. Hydrante. I think booking hydrant is good. So Batman, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate that. Now they can both watch. No, not the battle phase. Not the battle phase. I think I'm gonna use this on the Link Karibo. I'll do it. Don't mess with me. I'll do it. Pretty good for it to be gone. For good. Let's grief them on the Poplar. See if they got Ash. Nope. Dude, it's not even a challenge at this point. Defend yourself. Wait, get Karma Cannon, draw Laundry, Laundry Mills, another Backjack. Phenomenal stuff. Phenomenal stuff. Is booking Hydrant a good choke point, or does Josh just Gamba? It's okay. I wouldn't have done it if it was my only interaction, but I knew that if they had extenders, I had more, right? I had Trap Trick and Dynamishes. That's why I did it. Because if it's your only thing, then it's probably not good, because they could have emergency to extend through it. But honestly, if Canada is your only disruption, you're probably screwed anyways. Versus most decks. Oh, this is more damage. Is this me, or I struggle with time when playing Pearly? No, that deck struggles with time massively. It's a massive problem for it. Let's do this guy. I don't want to shuffle my deck. I like that the Backjack can get a Morella. I'll do it again. But do you have another original? Probably not. That'd be weird to play two. What do you think about Plump in Paleo? It's a 6-mat Zeus with Downerd. You could, yeah. Not, I haven't summoned this Mosquito yet, so maybe that's something you can take out in Master Duel. Probably okay. Do I care? Not really. I already put in Anima. Anima is already here. I took out... What did I take out? I forgot. Oh, where art thou? Okay. Oh, the Chaos Angel, right. Jet? Jet? Question mark? Airlifter? Okay, that's a lot of stuff happening. That probably shouldn't be happening altogether. Like, why did we war Arfthau for a jet synchron when we have... well, anyways. Okay. This is annoying no matter what they hit. Pretty annoying. I won't chain that, obviously. And now we're gonna trigger. On top, we have a Morella. And underneath is a Leoncolia. So I want to get the Morella and draw the Leoncolia. Do you know about the Japanese PSCT update? What do you mean? The line breaks that they started to implement? I heard about that. I've seen it. It's nice. I am at German Nats, yes. Of course, it's Hard Draw Kurikara in 60. Yes. What else would it be? I can take 6. Doesn't really matter. Today's cursed? Nah, we're winning this game. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Let him cope. Jozu, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Imagine one Chaos Max hitting these Paleos. Yeah, that hurt. That would hurt. Starlight Road would go hard in this Paleo meta. Starlight Road would hurt this deck. Easy. Oh, it's just game. Because of the war after for the jet synchron. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's update the list. I think both Good Goblin Housekeeping. There's a couple cards in this deck that I don't feel like belong there, but I'm not sure how I would replace them. I think this card is fine. It feels like in a lot of the games where you get where you're behind because your opponent opens really well, this card is like the one card that can get you back in it. I think this card is fine. I think the Goblin needs too much work to set up. I don't think Good Goblin Housekeeping is a good idea. I think maybe Hope for Escape was fine. Another problem with the Goblin is that you have to play 3 copies, and that just feels too much. And Fiend Comedian is also on. I think Fiend Comedian was a good idea for the side deck when you go second against a deck that puts a lot of cards in the graveyard. But for best of 1, I don't think I would play Fiend Comedian. So those cards, I think, have to go. Yeah. Will King Sarcophagus counter the burst? I mean, technically, I think so, yeah. But you do have other ways to deal with that matchup. I'd have to try that matchup. I'm not sure. I mean, technically, you could play less than 60. Because, I mean, it's just for grass, technically. And with 55, grass still mills 15 cards, you know? Like, theoretically, you could do it. Doesn't King get destroyed at the same time? Yes, but that's a different ruling. Because King Sarcophagus doesn't say destroy something instead or something like Hugin does. The difference is that King Sarcophagus just says, I believe Horus monsters can't be destroyed by cards except when they target them. And that effect still applies while it is being destroyed, because everything would be destroyed at the same time. At the point of destruction, King Sarcophagus is still there and protects the Horus monsters. Just burst twice? Well, that would solve it, yes. That would solve it. I don't know what I'm gonna put instead here. I'm probably gonna update this deck at some point for Master Duel. It's been a lot of fun. I think we're gonna call it a day here because I really wanna stream. I'm really excited for the nuke pack essentially, and I don't think we have the time to build another to play more games with this. But I don't want to play anything else right now because I want to play tomorrow with the new cards. Because it's gonna change so much. It feels kind of weird to play other stuff today. But okay. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had a good time for sure. I always have a good time when I play this deck. Let me know how you feel, because I know we've been playing this a lot recently, but I've just been having such a good time with it that I really wanted to give it one more go before we get the new cards. We'll probably still play it from time to time. But we're definitely gonna play a little less. It's just been, I've been addicted. I'll be honest with you. I've been addicted to this deck recently, and we'll still play a decent amount of it, but not like all the time. Tomorrow we're gonna check out the new cards. Tomorrow we're gonna see what the SP Little Knight and other stuff have, what kind of impact they have on the format. Until then, I really hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see where I can host. And then I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Let me see who's playing Master Duel right now. I'll send you guys over to... Let's rate someone I haven't rated before. Hold up. All right, this streamer. You guys have a good rest of your day. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the subs and the follows. As always, appreciate you guys for supporting me in what I do. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Thanks for watching. Peace.